Chapter 691. Taralam Star Cluster, Wormhole Sector 0358. There were many blue-black wormholes of various sizes in this area, tearing apart space. The space-time coordinate coefficient was constantly fluctuating. A small spaceship carefully traveled through this unstable space. It was Han Xiao's spaceship. The central area of the shattered star ring was a large group of wormholes that belonged to the Taralam star cluster. This dangerous area was called the wormhole zone, and there were very few people there. Only a few large star cluster civilizations had stationed people there and built wormhole observation stations, dividing the wormhole zone into hundreds and thousands of sectors. The central wormhole zone of the shattered star ring was connected to many corners of the universe. The job of the wormhole observation stations was to measure the location of the other end of a portion of the wormholes. However, as the wormholes were extremely unstable, old wormholes would often disappear and new wormholes would appear, so the progress of the measurement was very slow. According to official data, only 1 in 2.4 million wormholes had been measured so far. Han Xiao's destination was the observation station of Wormhole Sector 0358. The one who had issued the Level 180 Silver Legacy Blueprint mission was the mechanic who maintained this wormhole observation station. After passing through the wormhole zone, a small space station appeared in his vision. Han Xiao pressed the control panel of the spaceship and sent a landing request to the space station. He received permission very quickly. He then docked the spaceship with the space station and entered the port. The bottom of the spaceship was fitted with the magnetic track, and after sliding for a while in the narrow passage, it finally opened up and entered the port. Walking out of the spaceship, Han Xiao greeted the maintenance staff at the port. "Your Excellency Blackstar, you're here to look for Professor Harriful again," the maintenance staff replied with a smile. Where is he now?" Han Xiao nodded. "You came at the right time." Professor Harriful went out with the survey team to collect wormhole parameters and only returned 2 days ago. He's now doing experiments in the lab. "Thanks." Han Xiao smiled and walked away from the port, heading to the lab of the Wormhole Observation Station. This Wormhole Observation Station did not belong to Clent or Purple Crystal but belonged to another star cluster civilization in the Shattered Star Ring. It did not participate in the Secret War and was considered to be half-neutral. Harriful was a research-type mechanic and was not good at fighting. He was a professor in one of the official machinery schools of this star cluster civilization and had always been at the forefront of technology, researching various topics. In order to study the wormholes, he had taken the initiative to apply to maintain the observatory. At the same time, he was also the one who issued the blueprint mission. Han Xiao had already reached the 7th round of the blueprint mission. He had come to this observation station several times, and the people here were already familiar with him. Arriving at the research lab without any obstructions, Han Xiao reported his identity through the security and waited outside for a while. The door opened, and Harriful walked out. He glared at Han Xiao and said in annoyance, "It's you again. You're disturbing my experiment." "Experiments can be done at any time, but I don't get to see them all the time." Han Xiao laughed. Harriful was an old man. His skin was purple with a tinge of red, and his hair and beard were all white. He was very old, but his back was very straight, and he looked even more muscular than a young man. He was an old man. To the mechanic class, knowledge was power. Harriful had a deep understanding of all kinds of mechanical theories and was very talented in the mechanic class. Furthermore, he had been immersed in this field for many years, so it was very normal for him to become a grade A mechanic. However, Harriful had always been focused on researching technology and rarely fought with others. Although his level was not low, he had many subclasses like Scholar. His combat strength was at the bottom of the Grade A supers. A star system civilization had dozens of official Grade A supers, and a star cluster civilization naturally had dozens of times more Grade A supers. After Han Xiao entered the Calamity grade, he had basically interacted with people of the same level, so it appeared that there were many Calamity grades. In reality, compared to the huge number of Grade B and C supers, the absolute number of Calamity grades was still very small. They were extremely rare in the galaxy. As the saying went, only people of the same level would interact with each other. Those below the calamity grade would rarely meet a calamity grade super. Star cluster civilizations had relatively more grade A supers, so they could afford to raise some talents who did not need to fight. For example, Hariful had low combat strength and specialized in scientific research. Although Hariful focused on his research, he knew that Blackstar was also a master mechanic, so he still had some basic respect for him. He temporarily put down his research and invited Han Xiao to the guest room for a chat. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao brought the topic back to the blueprint mission. This silver legacy blueprint was Hariful's private property, and Han Xiao had long reached an agreement with him. As long as he helped him do some things, Hariful was willing to teach the blueprint to Han Xiao. The mission had already reached the 7th round. Hariful thought about it and stated his request. A notification sounded on Han Xiao's interface. He looked at the new round of the blueprint mission. The mission was not difficult, just cumbersome. Han Xiao did not waste any time and ended the chat. He bade farewell to Hariful and left the observatory immediately to complete the mission. There were a total of 10 rounds to the level 180 silver blueprint mission. To the current Han Xiao, it was not dangerous at all and only required some time to complete. In the next half a month, Han Xiao ran around the observatory, focusing on completing mission after mission. Ralph had given him a very long holiday this time, so he had plenty of time. Along the way, he did not encounter any unexpected trouble, and everything went smoothly. After more than 10 days, the blueprint mission in the mission list finally showed a completed status. Han Xiao immediately returned to the observatory and found Hariful to hand in the mission. Hariful brought Han Xiao to his private room, rummaged through the cabinets, and found a square mechanical safe. He entered his mechanical force as the password, and the mechanical parts of the safe started to move like a Rubik's cube. After a while, the safe opened with a click. Hariful reached out and took out a thick stack of mechanical blueprints. He shook it a little and placed it on the table. "All right, according to our agreement, this blueprint is yours." "How strange. You've been busy with the war for the past few years, yet you've taken the time to help me. Could it be that this blueprint has some special use to you?" "You can say that." Han Xiao nodded. Seeing that Han Xiao did not say anything, Hariful did not ask further. He flipped through the blueprint on the table and said, "This is what you want. I got it from someone else, so it's not a secret. Although it's interesting technology, it's not very advanced. It seems to be a blueprint passed down by an ancient mechanic. Let me take a look first." Han Xiao quickly browsed through the blueprint, and the reading progress popped up on the interface. His intelligence attribute was extremely high, so his reading speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 seconds, he had finished reading this complicated blueprint. With the interface, as long as his intelligence was high enough, the speed at which he could learn a blueprint was thousands of times faster than a normal mechanic. "You have received Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon Blueprint. X1 You have learned a new skill, Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon Blueprint." Finally. Han Xiao let out a long sigh and looked at the blueprint introduction on the interface. Legacy blueprints usually had a rather Chunibya name. The Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was a level 180 machine, a strategic weapon that could strike planets. It was a cannon master's equipment, and as a mechanic, he could use it too. Energy cannons were mostly hot high-energy particle streams, while the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was extremely cold. The blueprint introduction said that if the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was raised to the highest power, it could trigger the climate of a planet with one shot, causing it to enter an ice age. Although its destructive power was not as strong as a proper Star Destroyer cannon, it was still an extremely powerful weapon. Perhaps because the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was from a long time ago, the knowledge requirements were relatively easy. Among the cutting-edge knowledges, he only needed to grasp abnormal state energy and controllable annihilation weapon, which happened to be in Han Xiao's knowledge base, so he did not need to look for new cutting-edge knowledges. This star freezing cannon requires a lot of rare materials. Looks like I'll have to go back to build it. Looking at the cost, Han Xiao was shocked. The cost of this cannon was probably even more expensive than a proper Star Destroyer cannon. The development of technology was to build high-power weapons at a low cost. Old blueprints were basically very powerful, but the cost was even higher. After all, the technology back then was not as precise as the technology in the future. However, could a problem that could be solved with money still be called a problem? You can do whatever you want if you have a mine. You have money. You can do whatever you want. Putting away the blueprints, Han Xiao nodded and said, "There's no problem with the item. I'll be leaving then. Are you not going to stay and chat with me? I still want to talk to you about technology." "No, I still have things to do." "Sigh, okay, I'll send you to the dock. If you have time in the future, feel free to chat with me. You have my number." Hariful felt that it was a pity. He quite liked chatting with Han Xiao. Both of them were master mechanics, and there was no end to their topics. However, as soon as he left the room, the lights in the corridor suddenly turned into bright red warning lights, and an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire observatory. Vroom vroom vroom. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hariful's face changed drastically. Before he could say anything, a violent tremor swept through the entire observatory, and Hariful almost stumbled. Then, a series of deafening explosions came from afar. Rumble. Flames quickly spread along the corridor like a fire dragon. The entire corridor was filled with flames and surged toward the two of them. Han Xiao frowned. Nanoparticles climbed onto his palm and turned into armor. With a twist of his hand, an oval-shaped psionic shield that gradually turned blue opened up, easily blocking the flames outside. He then turned to look at Hariful. The enemy must be bombarding outside. Let's leave the observatory first. Hariful had little experience in fighting enemies, but he did not panic. He activated his mechanical suit, smashed through the corridor, broke through the outer armor of the observatory, and flew out. Han Xiao activated the mountain ape mechanical suit and followed him out. The two of them left the observatory, and only then did they see what was happening. Their faces changed instantly. A fleet surrounded the observatory from all directions. There were at least 500 battleships, and they focused their fire on the observatory. The protective shield was almost instantly torn apart. Continuous high-energy ion beams pierced through the observatory, turning it into a hornet's nest. At the next moment, the flames expanded, and the observation station exploded, shattering into components that filled the air. Hariful's face changed drastically. He clenched his teeth and screamed, "Sh**T, my laboratory. F***CK, my spaceship." Han Xiao's eyes twitched. The blacklight stealth was driven back by Reynolds. He was only driving an ordinary small spaceship this time, but Han Xiao had also stored some army boxes on it. If they were destroyed, it would be a huge loss. Although he did not lack money, it was shameful to waste it. Han Xiao raised his hand, and the space around him rippled. The army boxes jumped over one after another. After counting them, he could not help but feel relieved. The shells of the army boxes were damaged, but the compressed orbs inside were fine. Other than the hyperdrive device, the army boxes also had a protective shield function. It was originally to prevent the enemy from attacking the army boxes, but it came in handy at this moment, blocking the aftermath of the explosion. The entire observatory was turned into a pile of cosmic trash, and only a few supers survived. The attack was too sudden, and the people in the observatory could not react at all. Because it was a space station for research purposes, the defense measures here were limited. After all, not many people would purposely attack a wormhole observatory set up by a star cluster civilization. Furthermore, this was the wormhole zone, and the unstable wormholes were a natural defense line. Almost no one would fight here. Who are these people? Why did they attack us? Hariful was shocked and furious. How would I know? Han Xiao was also very curious. His instincts told him that these enemies were most likely here for him. Being assassinated in the past few years had almost become a habit. He frowned and looked around at the fleet. Just as he was about to speak, his mechanical suit suddenly received a message. "We finally meet again, Black Star." This voice was a little familiar. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he looked over. His gaze passed through a part of the universe and locked onto a figure that appeared from the fleet. After seeing the appearance of this person, Han Xiao was shocked and surprised. This person was his old enemy who had been missing for many years, the leader of Darkstar. Chapter 692. Ever since Godora failed to kill the Darkstar leader, Han Xiao had not seen the Darkstar leader for many years. No one knew where he was hiding, but now, he had suddenly appeared with a fleet. It seemed like he had made a comeback. To actually be able to ambush me without any warning, Han Xiao frowned. The Darkstar leader definitely knew his whereabouts and had an unusual intelligence channel. He should have joined forces with some powerful organization. Only by getting rid of me will Darkstar have a chance to plot against Godora. The organization that joined forces with Darkstar is probably an organization that occasionally tries to assassinate me. Both parties have the same goal, so they hit it off. Han Xiaoxin's mind spun quickly. From this, he could deduce that the Darkstar leader definitely had confidence in attacking him. With so many failed assassinations, it was impossible for the other party to not be cautious. This small fleet before him was basically no threat to him. After all, his mech legion was not to be trifled with. However, Han Xiao did not underestimate them at all. Instead, he secretly raised his guard. He felt that the Darkstar leader definitely had some unknown trump cards. Han Xiao did not have any intention of chatting. His army boxes opened, and a huge mech legion spread out like a black tide. In terms of numbers, they crushed the Darkstar leader's fleet. Han Xiao decisively attacked. Countless cannon fire seemed to light up the universe. The storm-like counterattack instantly tore dozens of battleships apart. With the current size of the mech legion, coupled with the various talents and mechanical force bonuses of the Truth Mechanic, Han Xiao alone was a galactic army. One person was enough to destroy a fleet. Countless mechanical guards and hovering guards surrounded Han Xiao, forming layer after layer of dense shields. The fleet's attacks could not penetrate them at all. They posed no threat at all. Hariful was also protected inside. He looked around at the dense mechanical army and could not help but sigh. So rich. In just a short while, the hundreds of battleships were beaten to a pulp, and almost all of them were wiped out. Han Xiao, however, frowned. The ease of the battle made him even more vigilant. He did not believe that the Darkstar leader was an iron head who would attack without any preparation. With such a small fleet, how could they get rid of an enemy that even star cluster civilizations had a headache over? It couldn't be that he was tired of living and came up to deliver his head. At this moment, the Darkstar leader, who was dodging the mech legion's attacks, suddenly made a gesture to Han Xiao from afar. Several strange spell waves hit Han Xiao at lightning speed. You have been hit by the Darkstar leader's chain of pain mystic. Assessing MYS, failed. Your MYS is lower than the opponent's. The spell has taken effect. Chain of pain mystic, when the opponent takes damage, your health will decrease according to the percentage of the opponent's health. Every time the opponent loses 1% of their health, you will lose 0. 55%, 0. 7% of your health. You have been hit by the Darkstar leader's life absorption transfer. Assessing MYS, failed. Your MYS is lower than the opponent's. The spell has taken effect. Life absorption transfer, when you recover your health, the recovery effect will decrease by 30%. The opponent will share this 30% recovery effect. When you theoretically recover 1000 health, the actual effect is 700 health. At the same time, the enemy will recover 300 health. You have been hit by the Darkstar leader's heart curse collapse. Assessing MYS, failed. Your MYS is lower than the opponent's. The spell has taken effect. You have entered the mind collapse state. Mind collapse, your psychic resistance has decreased by 40%. You have lost control of your body and are unable to do anything. Duration, 6/2. Han Xiao's mechanical force suddenly disappeared. His limbs did not listen to him, and he froze on the spot. Han Xiaoxin was shocked. He suddenly remembered that he had the Darkstar leader's character summon card, and it just so happened to be this heart curse collapse. He could not move at all. The Mech Legion had temporarily lost the mechanical force bonus, and the pressure on the Darkstar leader was greatly reduced. He barely managed to break out of the encirclement. His magic shield was destroyed time and time again, and he lost a certain amount of health. Through Chain of Pain Mystic, Han Xiao's health also decreased by a percentage. Looking at the combat information on the interface, Han Xiao quickly calculated in his mind. This Chain of Pain restores health by percentage. On average, the percentage of health I lose is about 60% of the Darkstar leaders, but my total health is more than double of this guy's. On the other hand, Life Drain restores health based on the actual amount of health I regenerate. I regenerate 700 health points, and he regenerates 300. However, from a percentage perspective, my health regeneration rate is actually about the same as his. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This meant that once he regenerated his health, both of them would lose health at the same rate. At most, he would be slightly slower. It did not seem difficult to break this cycle. As long as he did not regenerate his health, he could just charge forward. This time, the Darkstar leader raised his hand, and a warm radiance spread all over his body. His wounds started to heal, and his health slowly increased. Seeing this, Han Xiao frowned. If the enemy could heal himself, he would not share the healing power of the enemy. This way, if he wanted to kill the Darkstar leader, he would have to take some risks. Of course, if he only wanted to capture him, it would be much simpler. The Darkstar leader's style was obviously a curse mage. No matter what, he was still one of the boss-level characters in version 2.0. This ability was even more of a headache for Han Xiao than Ash's, and he was better at one-on-one fights. Let's capture him first. A thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind, and he decided to play it safe. No matter how good the Darkstar leader's health regeneration was, his energy was not infinite. Chain of Pain and Life Drain required continuous energy consumption, and millions of mechanical soldiers could easily drain him dry. The effect of Heart Curse soon disappeared, and Han Xiao regained his mobility. He controlled the Mech Legion to surround and intercept the Darkstar leader. His attacks immediately increased by several levels, and the Darkstar leader was once again in a dangerous situation. Because of the Chain of Pain, Han Xiao was not aiming to kill this time. Instead, he was trying to wear down the Darkstar leader's mana. Therefore, the Darkstar leader was barely hanging on. Otherwise, he would have been turned into ashes by the continuous true damage. Han Xiao did not use the Darkstar leader's character summon card to deal with the enemy. The Darkstar leader's main attribute was mystery, which was much higher than his own, so it would definitely fail. Could it be that he thinks he's accomplished in magic and that he's bold enough to come here alone to kill me? He can't be that reckless, right? Although the Darkstar leader's method surprised him, it was not much of a threat. Looking at the Darkstar leader who was surrounded, Han Xiao could not help but guess the opponent's trump card. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance rose in Han Xiaoshin. The Darkstar leader suddenly took out a black bead from his arms. Its texture was like a crystal, and the bead was filled with dense black fog. At the center was a red dot of light. The next moment, the Darkstar leader crushed the bead, and a cloud of black fog gushed out with the red dot of light. It quickly turned into a pitch-black humanoid creature with black smoke all over its body. It did not have any facial features, and in the center of its face was a flashing red dot. A strange and tyrannical pressure swept out, and Han Xiao only felt the hair on his back stand up. It was as if he was being stared at by some kind of evil existence. This was pressure that originated from the difference in life form. What is this thing? Hariful, who had been watching from the sidelines, could not help but speak in the communication channel. His tone was shocked, and he subconsciously adopted a battle stance. Han Xiao did not answer, and his eyes were extremely solemn. At his current level, only one kind of creature could give him this kind of pressure, beyond grade A. The Mech Legion fired another round of attacks at the Darkstar leader and the Black Fog figure beside him. The Black Fog figure moved and grabbed the Darkstar leader's shoulder. With a flash of red light, the two of them suddenly teleported and appeared in another location, dodging this wave of attacks. This bead is indeed useful. The Darkstar leader's tense heartstrings immediately relaxed. This Black Fog figure was an Esper ability doppelganger of the Lord of Fallen Ark. In order to create a super high-risk Esper ability, it had absorbed countless Esper abilities and had countless mysterious abilities. The Darkstar leader had seen the Lord of Fallen Ark in action before. It was practically omnipotent. He only had one word to describe what he had seen: God. The doppelganger of the Lord of Fallen Ark was the biggest trump card in this attack on Blackstar. The organization that planned this assassination was Darkstar's backer, the Klent Kingdom. Supporting Darkstar to deal with the Godora civilization was one of Klent's projects to disrupt the security of the Colton star cluster. Darkstar was just one of the chess pieces used to weaken the various star systems in the Colton star cluster. The Klent Kingdom had been secretly dealing with the Amethyst civilization since a long time ago. After Darkstar was destroyed by Han Xiao, it was also Klent who found a way to send the Darkstar leader away and sent him to the Fallen Ark. Klent had a secret relationship with the Fallen Ark. They did not place all their bets on the tyrant. Due to the reputation of the Fallen Ark, this secret partner would not be exposed. After the Darkstar leader returned with his troops, he had been hiding in Klent's territory, using Klent's intelligence channels to find out about Han Xiao's whereabouts. However, Bloodshed Land did not know about this. Han Xiao was the common thorn in the eyes of both the Darkstar leader and Klent. Both parties were like patient hunters, observing Han Xiao's movements. They discovered that in recent years, Han Xiao would occasionally head to the wormhole zone in the Taralam star cluster to look for Harifal. Therefore, Klent thought of a plan. Blackstar had already proven that he was very difficult to kill, so why not exile him? Some time ago, Bloodshed Land's tactic of bringing Han Xiao to the Sol cluster was the same as Klent's idea. In order to complete this plan, Klent secretly made a deal with the Lord of Fallen Ark and obtained one of his Esper ability doppelgangers. Because they could not command the tyrant, Klent found another beyond Grade A that was secretly cooperating with them to help. Although the Lord of Fallen Ark's doppelganger had the strength of a beyond Grade A super, its energy was limited. Unless he personally arrived, it would not be able to kill Blackstar with just one doppelganger. Klent's plan was to use this doppelganger to suppress Blackstar, send him into the wormhole zone, and banish him from the Shattered Star Ring. One had to know that the wormhole zone was not only connected to the explored universe but also the vast and desolate unexplored universe. Under such circumstances, the Darkstar leader accepted Klent's order and brought the Lord of Fallen Ark's doppelganger to follow Han Xiao to the wormhole zone in the Taralam star cluster to launch an attack. The reason he was willing to work for Klent was because only with the intervention of a star cluster civilization would they be able to build a new home for the hybrids. Originally, he thought that Klent would allow him to build a hybrid Godora home in the Sol cluster. However, Klent's offer this time was something he could not reject. If they successfully banished Blackstar, Klent would build their own civilization for the hybrid Godora in the future flickering world. Looking at the retreating Mech Legion and the extremely alert Han Xiao, the Darkstar leader then looked at the black fog figure beside him that was emitting a terrifying aura. His thin lips curled up. Chapter 693. The Mech Legion surrounded him, and countless cannons were aimed in the direction of the black fog figure and the Darkstar leader. Han Xiao sized up this beyond Grade A figure that gave him a sense of pressure. His brows furrowed, and he quickly recalled the origin of this person. Beyond Grade as were even rarer than Calamity grades, and every one of them was a top expert in the galaxy. Han Xiao remembered the information of the various Beyond Grade as more clearly. Black fog body, red light spots. Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration. Could this guy be S-God, which meant God of Esper abilities, a beyond Grade A super with a fierce reputation? The black fog figure was very similar to the S-God doppelganger in his memories. Han Xiao sifted through his memories and realized that the possibility of this being the S-God doppelganger was the highest. If that's the case, it can barely be considered a piece of good news. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. S-God could be considered one of the final bosses of the neutral evil faction. His name was a secret, and he was usually called S-God or Lord of the Fallen Ark. He also had other nicknames, such as Guide of Crazy Believers, Tide of Destruction, Life Slaughterer, and so on. Even among the Beyond Grade as, S-God's combat strength was ranked at the top, and his battle record was extremely shocking. He had never lost a single battle, and even had the record of killing a Beyond Grade A super. Even the three universal civilizations were quite wary of him. If S-God's main body descended, Han Xiao estimated that no one in the entire shattered star ring would be his match. Even the tyrant, Magus, and Dragon Emperor would not be able to defeat Escod. However, if it was just an Escod doppelganger, although it had the pressure of a beyond grade A, its actual combat strength would definitely be far weaker than the main body. Furthermore, this battlefield is advantageous to me. Han Xiao glanced at the wormholes around him and came to this conclusion. I can fight a dozen. These thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, and he completed his judgment of the situation. He took a deep breath, calmed his restless heart, and increased his focus. This was the first time he was facing a beyond grade A super, so he was fully focused. Suddenly, he thought of something and softly communicated with Hariful in the channel. Professor, both our lives are in danger now. It's not the time to be secretive. Tell me, what kind of machines do you have? I need to gather all the available power. Hariful only hesitated for a moment before speaking softly in the communication channel. After hearing that, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he immediately had a plan. He exchanged a few words with Hariful in the communication channel and received something that Hariful handed over. At this time, the Escod doppelganger moved again and disappeared without a trace, appearing directly in the middle of the Mech Legion's formation. Before the mechanical soldiers around him could fire at him, he teleported and disappeared again. As though there was no cooldown, he jumped crazily in the mechanical army and passed through the defense line of the mechanical army almost instantly, arriving in front of Han Xiao. When the Escod doppelganger teleported, Han Xiao had already reacted. First, he told Hariful to leave the battlefield quickly before retreating. During this process, he opened up compressed orbs and released a large number of nanoparticles, turning them into hundreds of flat hexagonal metal plates. The metal plates looked like solar panels, but the mechanical circuits were more complicated. This was the space pressure plate used to stabilize the space-time coordinate coefficient. These metal plates were spread out far and wide, forming a loose spherical structure. They were very far apart from each other. The metal plates were shrouded in a distorted wave, and in the inner region of this sphere, the space-time coefficient was gradually solidified at a stable value. Even the spatial folds were flattened. This was the product of the cutting-edge knowledge, advanced space application, space fixation device, specialized in dealing with all kinds of trick. When the Escod doppelganger teleported in front of Han Xiao, he also fell into the range of the space fixation device. His teleportation was immediately restricted, but the Escod doppelganger did not stop at all. He gave up on teleportation and turned into an afterimage, flying at an unbelievable speed. Just as Han Xiao had the intention to retreat, his vision suddenly turned black. The Escod doppelganger had crossed a large distance in an instant and was face to face with him. It was almost no different from teleportation. This speed was conservatively estimated to be above 3000 agility. Esper ability, Godspeed. Chicken is too fast. Han Xiao was shocked and hurriedly activated his mechanical force. The psionic energy reactor of the mountain ape mechanical suit suddenly increased, and blue electric arcs appeared on the surface of the armor. Psionic energy exploded through the mechanical suit, forming a 360-degree blue shockwave with no blind spots. It exploded violently and was about to push the Escod doppelganger away. However, the explosive psionic energy shockwave directly passed through the body of the Escod doppelganger as if he was just a projection that did not exist. The shockwave only caused ripples on his body, and the impact was extremely small. Esper ability, Dimension Crevice. The next moment, the Escod doppelganger materialized again and lightly pressed his palm toward Han Xiao's chest. Han Xiao's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly stopped the space fixation device from afar. He then immediately used advanced void travel and escaped into the void dimension, preparing to dodge this punch. He had a feeling that if he was hit by this punch, he would definitely be in big trouble. The world in front of him seemed to have frozen, becoming countless times slower. Everything was dyed with a hazy light. After Han Xiao entered the void dimension, he immediately wanted to retreat. However, he realized that the black fog on the surface of the Escod doppelganger suddenly shook and instantly broke free from its static state, entering the void dimension as well. The Escod doppelganger opened his hand and clenched it tightly. Han Xiao could clearly see that the surrounding space seemed to have been hit in the middle, and thick light cracks appeared. Before he could think of anything else, the void dimension around him shattered like a broken mirror, and Han Xiao fell out of the void dimension and returned to the physical world. Void travel was directly interrupted. At the same time, the Escod doppelganger followed him like a shadow and approached him again, slapping down with his palm. Han Xiao held his breath, and his intuition of danger stabbed into his heart like a sharp knife, almost causing his heart to stop beating. This was completely an instinctive reaction of his body, and he could not control it at all. He could only watch as the Escod doppelganger's palm approached him in slow motion. There was no way to dodge, so he could only take it head-on. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and immediately adjusted the mechanical suit's output to full power. All kinds of buff abilities were used on him as if they did not cost money. He even activated a few character summon cards that increased strength, including Negojin's Muscles are Truth. Small mechanical components protruded from the surface of the mountain ape mechanical suit and shook like dragon scales, generating a surge of power. The back of the mechanical suit also revealed more than 10 fan-shaped force dissipation devices. Han Xiao gathered all the strength in his body, put his arms in a parrying position, activated his energy shield, and faced the attack head-on. His palm pressed on the psionic shield. Although it looked weak, Han Xiao felt an unparalleled force surging toward him like a tidal wave. Esper ability, Star Toss. Thankfully, there was no sound in the vacuum. Otherwise, just the sound wave from this attack would be enough to kill a super below grade C. Han Xiao's vision turned black, and he lost consciousness for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his body was flying out uncontrollably at the speed of a meteor, crushing all the mechanical soldiers along the way. The Escod doppelganger in Han Xiao's vision instantly became a small dot, and he did not know how far he had been sent flying by this attack. The scales on the surface of the mechanical suit kept shaking to dissipate the force, but they quickly shattered and fell off. The fan-shaped force dissipation device on the back of the mechanical suit was torn to pieces the moment it was sent flying. Han Xiao hurriedly glanced at the interface and saw that this punch had caused the armor of the mountain ape mechanical suit to drop by 24%. His health had also dropped by more than 16,000, close to 10%. If not for the armor and energy shield blocking it, this punch would have probably taken out 2/5 of his health. There was a series of strength crush notifications in the combat information. So, this is the strength of a beyond grade A. Han Xiao was speechless. The frightening thing about Escod was that even if the Esper abilities he absorbed were very ordinary, they could be stacked and evolve. At the same time, through his own beyond grade A energy rank, he could make these Esper abilities exhibit the strength of a beyond grade A. The most basic forms of Seraphic Speed and Star Toss were actually two extremely common low-grade Esper abilities, Speed Enhancement and Strength Enhancement. Even if it was just a doppelganger, it was still at the beyond grade A level. Han Xiao tried to stabilize his body while activating the space solidification device again to restrict the teleportation ability of Escod's doppelganger. In the short exchange just now, he had already ordered the Mech Legion to aim all the cannons at Escod. At this moment, without any hesitation, he immediately ordered the army to open fire. The multicolored light illuminated the universe. Radiance drowned Escod's doppelganger, but the next moment, it was as if a black hole was created out of thin air. The energy of these cannons turned into a whirlpool and gradually shrank. They were all absorbed by Escod's doppelganger as though he had eaten something extremely nutritious. The dim red light on his face lit up again. Esper ability, Black Hole. There was a limit to the doppelganger's energy, and the Lord of Fallen Ark would not inject too much energy into it. Therefore, Escod's doppelganger was like Ultraman, a true man for 3 minutes. This wave of concentrated fire gave him a huge amount of energy. King cheated. Han Xiao finally managed to stabilize his body. Seeing this scene, his mouth twitched. I can't resist it, and I can't fight it either. You're more of a gangster than I am. Ha 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 ha. The Darkstar leader, who was watching the battle from afar, almost laughed out loud when he saw this. Originally, he was still worried that Escod's doppelganger would not be able to suppress Blackstar. Now, it seemed like his worries were unnecessary. In his eyes, Escod's doppelganger dealing with Black Star was as easy as an adult fighting a child. This time, Black Star definitely had no chance of escaping. The next moment, Han Xiao turned around and ran toward the wormhole. Seeing this, the Dark Star leader let go of all his worries. His body relaxed, and he smiled with satisfaction. Looks like Black Star feels that Escod's doppelganger will threaten his life, so he wants to use the wormhole to escape. Haha, he thinks he's smart, taking the initiative to exile himself in order to survive. This saves a lot of trouble. Escod's doppelganger easily passed through the Mech Legion and immediately chased after him. The two of them turned into streams of light, one chasing and one escaping in the wormhole area, passing through many unstable wormholes. Although these wormholes were unstable, generally speaking, the wormhole with the most intense energy fluctuation would be connected to the other end of the wormhole further away. This rule had not been proven, and it could be said to be the experience of the galactic residents. Escod's doppelganger was even faster, and he followed closely behind. His goal was to send Han Xiao into the largest wormhole in this wormhole area, which would most likely exile him even further. In the largest wormhole nearby, Han Xiao could already feel the terrifying pulling force of space. He turned around to look at Escod's doppelganger, who seemed to be teasing him, and clenched his teeth. He controlled the thruster, wanting to change direction and avoid this wormhole. This time, a hoarse chuckle sounded in Han Xiao's ears, as if it was a telepathic message. Stop struggling, quickly take the risk with me. Going through wormholes is one of my few joys. This sentence was the voice transmission of Escod's doppelganger. The next moment, he teleported behind Han Xiao and grabbed Han Xiao's arm tightly. The red dot on his face shook slightly, as if forming a smile. So, you can talk. Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Immediately after, Escod's doppelganger dragged Han Xiao into the wormhole. The two of them were instantly swallowed by the wormhole and disappeared without a trace. The mechanical force bonuses of the Mech Legion all disappeared, and they stood rooted to the ground. Success! The Dark Star leader's eyes shone brightly. He could not hold back his excitement and waved his fists. They had finally exiled Black Star, and the mission given by Klent was completed. The new home of the hybrid Godora was just around the corner. It's over, everything is over, the Dark Star leader mumbled to himself. His eyes were suddenly filled with tears, and he seemed to have seen a future full of hope. The hybrid Godora would have their own home and would live and reproduce in the new star cluster. Everyone would be happy, and there would no longer be any purebloods who would discriminate against them. Although every hybrid looked different and came from a different race, their essence was the same. They were all new Godora. The Dark Star leader wiped his tears and collected his thoughts. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned around to look for Hariful. He still remembered this Calamity Grade who had not participated in the battle. He had seen the information about this Calamity Grade, and this seemed to be a research talent of a star cluster civilization. He felt that he could capture him to increase his own merits. After searching for a while, he finally found Hariful in an area far away from the battlefield. Just as he was about to go forward to capture him, Hariful's next action made him slightly stunned. Hariful did not even look at him and took out a compressed orb, which turned into a strange-looking mechanical device. It looked a little like a speaker but had a complicated multi-layer structure. Compared to a combat weapon, it looked more like a sophisticated research instrument. 8 mechanical arms extended from the machine, and the ends looked like the stylus of an ancient record player. The stylus moved along with the mechanical arms as though it was drawing a picture, leaving behind a blue trail of light. The trail of light became deeper and deeper before suddenly expanding and turning into a blue circle of light that looked like a portal. It then contracted slightly and spat out a figure as though it was vomiting. Then, the circle of light closed instantly. This thing is really useful. I'll return it to you. Han Xiao stabilized himself and casually threw a mechanical beacon that was emitting black smoke to Hariful. Humph, I'm a researcher. Of course, the things I research are useful. However, if you fly into a wormhole that has not been measured before, this machine won't be able to find you. Hariful looked at the beacon with a pained expression before keeping it in his mechanical suit. This was something that he had given to Han Xiao in the first place. Han Xiao twisted his neck and turned to look at the stunned Darkstar leader. He placed his hands on his hips, curled his lips, and sent a voice message. Chapter 694. Tens of seconds earlier, Han Xiao was dragged into the deep and mysterious wormhole by Escod's doppelganger. The moment he entered, countless indescribable and distorted scenes assaulted his senses. The interior of the wormhole seemed to be blue but was actually black. After entering, the two of them were pulled apart by the space turbulence and could not see each other. Without needing Escod's doppelganger to control him, the space turbulence vortex dragged the two of them along, confusing Han Xiao's senses. Sometimes, he felt that he was moving forward, sometimes he felt that he was falling, and sometimes he felt that he was rising. For some reason, it felt like he was flushing a toilet. The internal screen of the mechanical suit showed that the spacetime coefficient had become undetectable. The thrusters had also failed, and he could not move. His body was firmly sucked in, and the scenery around him changed rapidly. However, upon closer inspection, it became chaos again. At the end of the wormhole, there was a faint light as if that was the exit. At this time, the square mechanical beacon that Han Xiao had placed in the groove of the mechanical suit started to operate. This was the wormhole probe beacon that Han Xiao had obtained from Hariful before fighting with Escod's doppelganger. Hariful had a deep understanding of wormholes. As he needed to collect various parameters of the wormhole, the collection team of the observation station had to get close to the wormhole from time to time. Occasionally, someone would be accidentally sucked in. After experimenting, Hariful had developed a device that could pull people out of wormholes. There were two prerequisites. One was to have the wormhole probe beacon with him, and the other was that the wormhole had been measured before. Han Xiao knew too well how strong Escod was. Even his doppelganger was just as strong. As soon as he saw the enemy, he knew that he would most likely not be his opponent in a head-on clash. He had never been arrogant and had always been confident. Therefore, after hearing about Hariful's ability, Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration and decided to use himself as bait to lure Escod's doppelganger into the wormhole before letting Hariful pull him out. The success rate of this method was clearly much higher than charging forward recklessly. Although he might not be able to trust Hariful, he could only take the risk. The worst outcome would be him going to a two-person world with Escod's doppelganger. As a mechanic, Han Xiao knew very well that compared to mechanics who were good at fighting, those who were good at scientific research were often more effective. As the cause and effect flashed through his mind, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief as he understood the enemy's plan. The Darkstar leader wanted to use the wormhole to banish him, and in turn, using the wormhole as a battlefield could be considered an advantage for him. He had banished the Escod doppelganger instead. Fortunately, we have Hariful. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. Han Xiao glanced at Hariful beside him and mumbled to himself, "That's right." At this time, the Darkstar leader who was dumbstruck in the distance came back to his senses. Without saying anything, he turned around and fled. His face was filled with shock and anger, and his expression was twisted. He had just been immersed in the mission and imagining the future, but in less than a minute, his fantasy was mercilessly shattered by reality. Black Star had actually escaped from the wormhole, but the Escod doppelganger had not returned. He was completely stunned. The feeling of falling short of success almost made him lose his mind, but in the next moment, boundless fear drowned out this emotion, causing his soul to tremble. Without the help of the Escod doppelganger, Black Star will definitely kill me. The Darkstar leader did not dare stay any longer and fled in panic. There was only one thought left in his mind. I can't die yet. The hybrid god aura needs me. However, the Mech Legion on standby fell into Han Xiao's control again and followed him like a nightmare. Millions of mechanical soldiers were like a wave of steel. These emotionless mechanical dead creatures seemed to have become ferocious and evil pure-blooded god aura in the eyes of the Darkstar leader. The Mech Legion with mechanical force bonuses surrounded a Calamity grade who was not good at group battles. There was no suspense in the battle. Han Xiao only needed to rely on the Mech Legion to take him down easily. After losing the Escod doppelganger, the Darkstar leader no longer had any trump cards. In order not to alert the enemy, He only brought a small fleet with him. The rest of the troops that he had obtained from the fallen Ark were stored in the hands of Clent. 2 Oathkeepers dragged the dying Darkstar leader to Han Xiao. The effects of the Chain of Pain and other spells had long been interrupted, and Han Xiao sized up the Darkstar leader. I thought you had already left the Shattered Star Ring. I didn't expect you to dare come back. You escaped a few years ago, but I've finally caught you this time. Han Xiao tilted his head, and the armor on his left shoulder slid open, revealing a ring device that emitted a blue light. It vibrated slightly and released a circle of air. Like a bubble, the air did not dissipate and enveloped the three of them, allowing them to speak directly. The Darkstar leader did not say a word. His face was ashen, and his eyes had lost all light, leaving only defeat and despair. The mountain ape's helmet folded up, and the ring armor on his neck retracted, revealing Han Xiao's face. He sized up the Darkstar leader with interest. You can actually summon the Escod doppelganger. It seems like you formed a relationship with the fallen Ark. It should be something that happened during the years you were on the run. Let me think, since you were able to attack me today, it means that you have a very powerful intelligence channel that can lock onto my whereabouts. This time, I was on a secret operation and did not stop at any other planets. This means that the intelligence channel behind you was already monitoring me before I left Colton. Furthermore, they knew that I would come to this wormhole observatory. It seems like they know me very well. Han Xiao scratched his head. Only the people from Clent like to tail me so much. They're probably the instigators of this operation. The Darkstar leader still did not say a word. His eyes were blank, as if he was immersed in his own world. It was as if he did not hear Han Xiao at all. Han Xiao pushed the Darkstar leader's head, but the other party did not react. He did not even look at Han Xiao. It was as if his eyes had no focus, and his eyes did not move at all. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you think I won't mess with you just because you're like an ostrich? Hariful heard this from the side and could not help but cough. He softly said, Do I need to avoid suspicion? No, you can be my witness. After casually replying, Han Xiao turned around to look at the Darkstar leader and frowned. Strange, I only beat him up and did not do anything else. Why does it seem like I've played with him until he's broken? Han Xiao did not know that the Darkstar leader had fallen into the hands of Blackstar. He felt that everything was over, so he did not want to say anything and was at the mercy of Blackstar. No way, you're breaking down just like that. Han Xiao stared at the Darkstar leader's eyes, curled his lips, and said, You're too weak mentally. You're the leader of a galactic terrorist organization? Even the native leader of a rebel organization in my hometown has more backbone than you. You're so weak. Han Xiao thought for a while, summoned 2 phantoms, and transformed them into layers of seals, locking the Darkstar leader in place. He then took out the juicer and extracted a dozen tubes of gene serums. When he saw the supergene extractor, the Darkstar leader's eyes finally moved. The secret message bead is indeed in your hands. Yeah. Han Xiao remembered that the first time he interacted with the Darkstar was because of the mission of the secret message bead. By the way, where did Ashes go? He's dead. The Darkstar leader lowered his head. Oh, that's good. Han Xiao raised his brows. It seemed like the result of the Destiny's Child character summon card was correct. He was not interested in how Ashes died at all. In fact, when he saw Escod's doppelganger, he already knew what was going on. Capturing the Darkstar leader was a pleasant surprise of this trip, and Han Xiao felt that he had gained a lot. Clent was most likely the backer of Darkstar, and they actually had something to do with Escod. This made him feel that he had to be more careful. The role of the Darkstar leader was not only to juicer but also to hand this war criminal over to Godora. This should be able to trigger legendary points and dungeon creation rights, representing the complete destruction of the Darkstar organization. Godora would definitely publicize this, and it might even help with the Bloodline mission. However, Han Xiao was not satisfied with just the benefits of a star system civilization. With his current level, a star cluster civilization was a more suitable partner. Since he had discovered the connection between Darkstar and Clent, he felt that he could make an issue out of it, and Purple Crystal would definitely be willing to publicize this. The use was also very obvious. Klent's previous experience of funding terrorist organizations and disrupting star systems was enough to make the West Wind, Kaya, and Cheda star systems increase their vigilance against Klent. This could indirectly restore Purple Crystal's control over these three border star systems and reduce the effect of Bloodshedland's work. Furthermore, the Lord of the Fallen Ark was notorious in the entire universe and was a thug that the three universal civilizations hated the most. Once the relationship between Klent and Escod was exposed, political pressure would come one after another. The Red Empire might even be dissatisfied with Klent, their new underling. Not to mention the external pressure from Klent, there was also the possibility of a harem fire. Their ally, Heba, might not necessarily want to share a husband with Escod. Of course, it was also possible that he had guessed wrong, and Klent was actually not the mastermind behind Darkstar. However, it did not matter. The Darkstar leader was in his hands. If he said he was the mastermind, he would be the mastermind. Han Xiao was determined to give Klent benefits. Another pot. Putting away all the potions, Han Xiao flipped his palm, and a compressed orb popped out from the mechanical suit's tube. With a little stimulation from his mechanical force, this compressed orb expanded layer by layer and quickly turned into a single-person aircraft about 10 meters long. The small standard spaceship that they were originally on had been destroyed. Although they could leave with the mountain ape mode, it was not convenient for them to bring captives. Thus, they could only take out a single-person aircraft and leave the wormhole area first. Professor Harrifel, I'll send you to the nearest planet first. Sure. Han Xiao put away the Mech Legion and brought the two of them onto the spaceship. He asked Harrifel to help guard the Darkstar leader while he sat in the pilot's seat. At this time, Han Xiao seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh, right. Where does the wormhole that I fell into lead to?" Escod's doppelganger did not escape, so where will he be teleported to? Harrifel shook his head. The other end of that wormhole is not fixed. We've measured the data, and the other end of this wormhole is changing all the time. I don't know where that guy will fall to either. However, according to probability, it's more likely that he will fall to the unexplored universe. After all, that wormhole is very big, and the energy fluctuations are very intense. Is that so? Han Xiao scratched the back of his head. Escod's doppelganger had energy limitations and would dissipate after a while. As long as he did not fall into a busy area, he would be very safe. Dark blue flames shot out from the tail of the aircraft, and it slowly accelerated, gradually turning into a stream of light and disappearing from this wormhole area. Somewhere in the unexplored universe, a wormhole was spinning quietly. Suddenly, a human figure flew out from the wormhole. It was Escod's doppelganger. After stabilizing himself, Escod's doppelganger stood at the entrance of the wormhole and waited for a long time, but he did not see his friend, Blackstar, coming to meet him. The red light spots on Escod's doppelganger's face shone brightly, vaguely emitting the resentment of being stood up. The doppelganger and the main body had a mental connection. The main body could see the doppelganger's actions, control the doppelganger, and also be a bystander. Escod had always liked to be a bystander and let his doppelganger do what he wanted. To him, it was like watching a first-person movie. Because he had this ability, he liked to play with wormholes and leave the fate of his doppelganger to fate. Escod's main body was still a bystander when he attacked Blackstar this time, watching his doppelganger do what he wanted. He actually did not care about Klent's request. Seeing that Blackstar did not seem to be affected, Escod was a little curious. He remembered this person and then threw the mission to the back of his mind to see where his doppelganger was thrown to this time. Escod's doppelganger looked left and right, randomly choosing a direction, and started to teleport continuously over long distances. The consumption of teleportation was very small, but it lasted for a very long time. A lot of energy was consumed in the doppelganger's body, and the red light spots dimmed. At this time, Escod's doppelganger finally saw a planet. It was a strange planet. Looking from afar, the surface of the planet was green and full of life, as if there were no traces of artificial modification. However, Escod's doppelganger's detection esper ability also sensed countless highly intelligent life forms living on the surface. The most special thing was that thick vines grew on the surface of this planet, extending all the way to the atmosphere and into outer space. The ends of these vines were connected to stable wormholes. Escod's doppelganger took a closer look and suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen it the wrong way. It was not that there were vines growing on the planet, but that these vines were extending from the wormholes in outer space of the planet, connecting to the surface of the planet. This meant that these vines did not grow from the ground but from the wormholes. The surface of the planet was the end of these vines. All kinds of lights were born from the ends of the vines on the surface of the planet and flowed into the wormholes through the vines. It was as if these vines were nutrient pipes, absorbing the energy of this planet. Seeing this scene through his doppelganger, Escod's main body, who was sitting on the throne in the palace of the fallen Ark, opened his eyes. Chapter 695. Sol Cluster, Klent Kingdom, a certain military planet. On the surface, this was a military fortress planet used to maintain fleets and produce battleships, but in reality, this was the headquarters of Klent's Secret Strategy Department. The Secret Strategy Department was Klent's secret organization that carried out missions that could not be exposed. Funding Darkstar and contacting the Fallen Ark were the jobs of the Secret Strategy Department. The Secret Strategy Department had extremely high security clearance. The internal members of the organization could only be responsible for their own missions and could not access the information of other operations from the database. The garrison on this planet was not only a disguise but also a means to prevent the members of the Secret Strategy Department from betraying and leaking information. The secret war was fully managed by the Bloodshed Land and did not take orders from Klent. Although Klent did not directly interfere in the war on the surface, in private, they carried out some secret operations behind the backs of the Bloodshed Land and influenced the secret war through the Secret Strategy Department. Sending the Darkstar leader and Escod's doppelganger to exile Blackstar was an operation led by the Secret Strategy Department, and they thought it was a sure thing. However, when they received news that the Darkstar leader had gone missing, they were shocked and regretted it. They urgently called for a meeting to discuss how to deal with it. If the banishment operation fails, the worst-case scenario is that Darkstar will fall into Blackstar's hands and expose our relationship with them. We have to eliminate all traces of our relationship with Darkstar immediately. Blackstar might not be able to see the truth. We've already instructed the people of Darkstar that no matter what the circumstances are, they have to bear all the responsibility. Everything was done on his own accord, and no one ordered him to do so. He will not expose Klent. He knows the consequences. We can't be lucky. We have to be prepared for the worst. Blackstar is very cautious and suspicious. He'll definitely have doubts about Darkstar and Escod's doppelganger and connect it to us. Furthermore, it's not the first time he's framed us. Even if the Darkstar guy doesn't say anything, he can still make up a statement to frame us. I know him too well. Yes, Blackstar is very likely to do so. He has no integrity and is a dangerous person who will do anything. We must make the people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs insist that this is slander. We must never admit that we have a working relationship with Darkstar and the Fallen Ark. This is a complete fabrication. We must never admit it. At this time, a member added, there's another thing. Temporarily stop all plans to assassinate Blackstar. The success rate is too low. Even Escod's doppelganger couldn't finish him off. If no Beyond Grade A Super personally acts, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish off Blackstar. Furthermore, after this battle, Blackstar will definitely be more vigilant, so there won't be another chance. Everyone quickly finalized the report and submitted it to the higher-ups. This attack plan was not worth the losses, and there was no point in regretting it. They could only do their best to salvage the situation and reduce the losses. Who knew that even Escod could not deal with Blackstar, Godora civilization's mother planet, government building? The supreme leader, Serbia V, was working at his desk, reviewing documents one after another. This time, his private communicator received a call request and vibrated. Serbia V glanced at it, and his eyes sparkled. It was a call from Blackstar. His private communicator was a highly encrypted and locked line. Only very important people could contact him directly, and Han Xiao was one of them. Your Excellency Black Star, what's the matter? Serbia V went straight to the point. He was very busy every day, so he did not think that Black Star was calling just to chat with him. I've caught the Dark Star leader who escaped and am preparing to hand him over to you. However, I need to meet you personally, Han Xiao said. Serbia V was stunned for a moment before standing up. You caught him? The escaped Dark Star leader had always been his worry. He was worried every day that Dark Star would make a comeback. He did not expect Han Xiao to suddenly give him such a huge surprise. More than 10 days later, Han Xiao drove the spaceship back to the Black Star headquarters in the Garten star system. Hariful left halfway to report on the situation at the observatory. At this time, the large dock of the Black Star headquarters was filled with people. Serbia V had been waiting with his guards for a long time. Beside him was the emissary of the Amethyst civilization. Around them were countless galactic media reporters who were blocked by the guards, taking pictures non-stop. Even further away were the mercenaries who had heard the news and came to watch the show. Many reporters were whispering to each other. Purple Crystal and Godora are welcoming Black Star together. What does this mean? Why did the higher-ups ask us to come and report? Is there some big news? Who knows? I heard that this is an invitation from Purple Crystal. Although they did not say the reason, who would dare to reject it? There must be something to announce. We will not come here for nothing. The galactic reporters present were all invited and did not know what they were going to report. However, with Purple Crystal's name, no one dared to reject it. Furthermore, the location was at the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. Everyone felt that once Black Star was involved, it would definitely be big news worth reporting. Therefore, although they were kept in the dark, their enthusiasm was very high, and they were secretly curious about what the news was. It was Han Xiao's request to gather the reporters. He was prepared to make the handover of the Dark Star leader into sensational news to increase his influence. After contacting Godora, he also contacted Purple Crystal. Purple Crystal was shocked by the news of Esgod's doppelganger. Seeing that Han Xiao was fine, they were relieved. After knowing what Han Xiao meant, Purple Crystal immediately agreed. They fully supported any plan to deal with Klent. Therefore, they took the initiative to invite the various galactic media to watch the handover ceremony of the Dark Star leader. However, they did not reveal it beforehand. Han Xiao parked the spaceship at the dock. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and they subconsciously held their breaths. It was as if they had pressed the freeze button, and the place became silent. Under everyone's gazes, the hatch opened, and Han Xiao walked out. Only then did the clamor start again. Serbia V and the emissary of the Amethyst civilization quickly walked up and talked to Han Xiao. The galactic reporters started to record the whole process. Brock mixed in the crowd and looked at Serbia V from time to time. As a spy of Darkstar, he did not have a good impression of the current highest leader of Godora. He suppressed his hatred and did not want others to find out. Han Xiao chatted with Serbia V for a while. He glanced at the galactic reporters around him, smiled, and said, "Let's get down to business first." He turned around and looked at the hatch. 2 Oathkeepers appeared with the dejected Darkstar leader. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on the Darkstar leader. Confusion, shock, and other emotions appeared in their eyes. Many people did not know the Darkstar leader. This time, Serbia V opened his mouth and announced loudly, "This person is the Darkstar leader who has been on the run. Godora has put in a lot of effort, but we have not been able to catch this culprit. This time, thanks to His Excellency Blackstar's help, we have captured this criminal. I thank you on behalf of Godora for your help." Then, he bowed slightly to Han Xiao. As the highest leader of a civilization, he expressed his gratitude to Han Xiao on behalf of the entire civilization. This instantly shocked the crowd and caused an uproar. That's the Darkstar leader? So, they are handing over this criminal today. No wonder we are here to report. Godora's leader actually came personally to hand over the handover. The Black Star Corps is so ostentatious. Serbia V continued, the Darkstar organization has been a scourge on Godora for a long time. Countless citizens have lost their lives because of it. We will publicly judge this vicious criminal and give justice to all Godora citizens. I declare that the Darkstar organization is destroyed." Some of the Godora people in the crowd could not help but cheer when they heard this. Brock, on the other hand, was stunned. He stared blankly at the dispirited Darkstar leader. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost knelt on the ground. His whole body trembled, and he could not believe what he was seeing. He had been silently waiting for the Darkstar leader to contact him, waiting to persuade the leader not to deal with Blackstar. However, he did not expect the leader, who had disappeared for a few years, to appear for the first time and become a captive of Blackstar. Then, what's the point of me hiding in the Blackstar core? All my work has been for nothing. It was as if Brock was struck by lightning. His mind was in a mess, and he was completely stunned. All the galactic reporters were energized. Godora's highest leader had personally announced the complete destruction of the Darkstar organization, which meant that Godora had finally eradicated its archenemy. This was indeed a big news. However, they did not expect that this was just an appetizer. The more shocking part was yet to come. It was not an accident that I met the Darkstar leader this time. Everyone, please take a look. Han Xiao opened his mouth, and the nanoparticles turned into a small floating ball in his palm, forming a projection in the air. Everyone looked over. It was the recording of the battle between Han Xiao and the Darkstar leader. The mechanical suit's tactical analyzer recorded the battle process. Han Xiao felt that the effect of the video was better than words, so he played the recording directly. Everyone looked shocked when they saw the Darkstar leader summon the Escod doppelganger. This time, Han Xiao added, according to the data, the person the Darkstar leader summoned is the doppelganger of the Lord of Fallen Ark, the Fallen Ark. Every star field knew of the notoriety of this organization. Darkstar was actually related to this infamous organization. Everyone was shocked. The reporters suddenly realized this and looked at Han Xiao with dazed expressions. Blackstar was assassinated, but he was standing there perfectly fine. Did this not mean that Blackstar could survive in the hands of a Beyond Grade A? After understanding this, the entire place became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Countless shocked gazes focused on Han Xiao. Although Han Xiao's reputation as a Beyond Grade A seed had been circulating in the Shattered Star Ring for the past few years, everyone knew that he was not a true Beyond Grade A, and there was a huge gap between him and the Tyrant, Dragon Emperor, and other Beyond Grade As. The various organizations only acknowledged Blackstar's dominance in the Calamity Grade and his future potential. No one felt that Blackstar could be compared to these true Beyond Grade As. However, Han Xiao had released a video of him fighting a Beyond Grade A, and he had even survived. The reporters present trembled in excitement and hurriedly recorded the video Han Xiao released. The eyes of the Blackstar members who had come to join in the fun also sparkled. The stronger their leader was, the brighter their future would be. Han Xiao did not release the entire video, leaving out the wormhole at the end. He also edited out a portion of it and did not reveal any of his key abilities. However, this was enough to increase his reputation. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the reporters, Han Xiaoshan knew that he had to strike while the iron was hot, so he gave the purple crystal emissary a look. The purple crystal emissary understood, stepped forward, and said loudly, "According to our investigation, we discovered that the Darkstar leader did not act alone. There was someone behind him. After our investigation, we discovered that Klent had secret dealings with Darkstar a long time ago. We suspect that Klent might be secretly supporting Darkstar's actions and disrupting the security of the Colton star cluster. Therefore, on behalf of Purple Crystal, I announce that we will be joining forces with Godora to interrogate the Darkstar leader." As soon as this was said, the entire place was in an uproar. The galactic reporters present were no longer excited but completely stunned. This last piece of news was much more explosive than the previous two. If what Purple Crystal said was true, it meant that Klent had always been funding Darkstar to destroy civilizations. Furthermore, the suspicion of being connected to the Fallen Ark would naturally fall on Klent. This was a taboo for the three universal civilizations. The capture of the Darkstar leader actually involved such a huge inside story. At this moment, These reporters knew that this report would definitely cause a sensation in the entire star field. Chapter 696. The news was getting more and more sensational, and many galactic reporters were stunned. Han Xiao smiled upon seeing this. He had achieved his goal. Using the Dark Star leader to gain a wave of faction contribution points, using the new battle results to gain a wave of reputation, and then pushing the blame to Klent. No, this time, it was most likely real. Glancing at the shocked reporters, Han Xiao nodded to himself. With these channels, the shocking news will probably be released in less than an hour. Han Xiao, Godora, and Purple Crystal finished announcing the news and got down to business. Han Xiao officially handed over the Dark Star leader to Serbia the Fifth's men, and a series of notifications appeared on his interface. His favorability with Godora was already through the roof. The Golden Gal badge from a few years ago had solidified his relationship with Godora to reverence, and it could not go any higher. On the other hand, Serbia the Fifth's favorability with him went straight to the limit of 100. Han Xiao could feel that Serbia the Fifth was looking at him with admiration, trust, and love, as if he was saying with his eyes, "Quickly build a strong bond with me, brother." Just as Han Xiao had expected, he also gained some legendary points. However, it was not a new legendary point but an old one. Originally, Destroyer of Darkstar was only a star system legendary point. Now that it had been upgraded to Star Cluster legendary point, the percentage of rewards for various missions had increased greatly. The reward quota had always been very important. This was the function of the NPC template. It did not consume their own experience and used the quota to provide missions to the players. Han Xiao had always used the players as a middleman and used the reward quota to fertilize the players every day. He then used various methods to earn back the reward quota that he could not use to increase his harvest. However, in version 2.0, Han Xiao's faction reward quota was not enough. At that time, the size of the Black Star Corps had not reached 1 million, and their territory was basically limited to Godora's territory. However, things were different now. It had only been 3 years since the update, and the Black Star Corps had expanded by hundreds of times. Han Xiao's faction reward quota had also skyrocketed. Now, it was countless times more than what it was in version 2.0. If the Black Star Corps continued to grow until version 3.0, not to mention 1 million players, he could even feed 3 million players. Coincidentally, version 3.0 was also the period when the number of players in his previous life exploded. Han Xiao had always felt that the reward quota was also an overall evaluation of oneself. The higher one's strength and influence, the higher the reward quota. It was like an indirect evaluation of one's influence. The handover ceremony was brief. Han Xiao invited Serbia the Fifth for a private meeting. The two of them left the dock, and the press conference came to an end. The galactic reporters were very satisfied with the results and felt that the trip was worthwhile. The crowd also dispersed. Brock was in a daze. He followed the flow of people and walked aimlessly like a zombie. The Dark Star leader was the last hope of the organization. Seeing that the leader had been captured, Brock knew that the organization had been completely destroyed. He was suddenly at a loss. The hidden sense of mission for the rise of the Dark Star was the direction of his life and the motivation for him to work hard. However, now that the organization that he had fought for was destroyed, Brock did not know what to do in the future. He had lost his goal. Maybe, the mission of the leader should be inherited by me. The future of the hybrid Godora should be taken care of by me. Brock's heart suddenly burned. He felt as if he had found his goal in life. His numb eyes gradually regained their luster. A determined look appeared on Brock's face. Yes, I'm the last Dark Star. As long as I'm still here, then, before he could regain his faith, Hurlus walked over and saw Brock. He knew this employee who had been praised by the entire army. He said, "Brock, the army is going to promote a batch of newbies. Arrange a large-scale test for the training camp as soon as possible. The reserve members who pass can all become regular members." Understood. Before Brock's brain could process what was going on, His body instinctively stood up straight and listened to the order. After Hurlus left, Brock fell from his beautiful imagination back to the cold reality. His back, which had just straightened for a few seconds, collapsed again. He gave off the aura of a dead heart. Inheriting the mission of Darkstar was not bad, but Godora was no longer what it used to be. It had the protection of the Black Star core. Once he thought of this, Brock's lofty ambitions instantly vanished. Sigh, what's the point of changing my life? I'm probably tired of living. Anyway, I'm already in the shape of Black Star. I'll just work honestly. It's not that I don't want to be frivolous, but life has smoothed out my edges. Maybe all of this is fate's choice. Brock sighed and made up his mind to accept his fate. In a private meeting room, Han Xiao and Serbia V sat opposite each other. Your Excellency Blackstar, you've really given me a surprise. Without a leader, Darkstar is completely gone, and the conflicts between purebloods and hybrids in the country can be lessened. At least no one will try to sow discord anymore. Serbia V's tone was sincere and respectful. Now that Han Xiao's position in the Shattered Star Ring was different from before, he did not dare to be casual. Han Xiao nodded. I've gotten rid of a huge problem for you. I have a small request. I hope that during the trial, you'll try your best to cooperate with Purple Crystal. This is a good opportunity to deal a political blow to Klent. Although the secret war has nothing to do with you, I still hope that you can cooperate. Of course, this is what we should do. Serbia V had a dutiful expression. Even if Han Xiao did not ask, he would have cooperated. After all, Purple Crystal was the leader of the star cluster that they had to curry favor with. There's actually something more important that I'm looking for you for this time. Han Xiao stroked his chin. The news of Darkstar's destruction can lessen the internal conflicts among Godora people, but it can't solve the root of the problem. The conflicts between purebloods and hybrids will not be eliminated because of this. In the future, there will still be extremists who will inherit Darkstar's legacy and rebel against you. Serbia V sighed. I know, but the superiority of bloodline is more difficult to eradicate than the system. This is a tradition that has been passed down for countless years. There have been so many former leaders in history, but no one can solve this problem. They can only slow it down, but they can't cure it completely. That might not be the case. Han Xiao's lips curled up. I have an idea that might be able to further weaken the bloodline conflicts. Are you interested? You have an idea. Serbia V hesitated. Of course I'm interested, but this is not a problem that can be solved by human strength. Hehe, I recently made a friend. Her name is Rosalind. Han Xiao described Rosalind's experience and ability. Although he did not say it directly, Serbia V already understood what Han Xiao was trying to say. He wanted to use Rosalind's ability to brainwash Godora people and change their beliefs. Rosalind was an extremely useful tool to deal with deep-rooted traditions. Serbia V opened his mouth wide and looked at Han Xiao in shock. He could not believe that his suggestion was so bold. This was telling the leader of a civilization that he wanted to brainwash their entire civilization. You bastard, aren't you too polite? As the highest leader, this kind of excessive request was almost unthinkable. Serbia V opened his mouth and was about to reject it, but he suddenly thought of something. He frowned and closed his mouth. While brainwashing an entire civilization was extremely sensitive, it seemed to be able to quickly resolve the deep-rooted bloodline conflict. Serbia V was both tempted and repulsed. According to the normal method, the bloodline conflict might never be resolved, but with such an unconventional method, the moment something went wrong, it would be an earth-shattering event that involved all Godorans. If someone else had made this request, Serbia V would have rejected it without hesitation. However, the person who made this request was the deeply trusted Black Star. Therefore, Serbia V did not reject it immediately. Instead, he fell into a dilemma. This is too risky. You don't trust me? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. How about this? We can apply for a private notarization from the Amethyst civilization. This will prevent me from having any other intentions. But can you ensure that Rosalind won't do anything rash? Based on my understanding of her, She won't do anything like that. Han Xiao shook his head. Bloodline was the only S-grade mission in the interface. Originally, he did not have many clues, but now that he had Rosalind, it was equivalent to finding a way to clear the mission. It was worth a try. It was necessary to discuss with Serbia the Fifth directly. Otherwise, the consequences of brainwashing a star system civilization protected by the peace treaty would be unimaginable. Han Xiao did not need this mission, so he would only carry out this plan with the approval of the government. Furthermore, brainwashing openly would be much more efficient than doing it secretly. Seeing that Serbia the Fifth was still hesitating, Han Xiao rolled his eyes and said, "I know what you're worried about. As the leader of a civilization, you want to help an outsider brainwash your own people. Even if your goal is good, this behavior is very sensitive and violates your duty. However, you don't have to use forced brainwashing. You can give the God Aura people the right to choose." Serbia the Fifth fell into deep thought. Indeed, this was what he was worried about. You can announce this to all the people directly. Of course, you can't use the word brainwashing. You have to find a better excuse, such as instilling the belief that everyone is equal. Emphasize that it's to solve the bloodline conflict and downplay the possible bad results. Then, introduce all kinds of related welfare systems, such as new privileges for those who accept the brainwashing, more taxes for those who don't accept the brainwashing, or turning the bloodline conflict into a new class conflict. Use public opinion to claim that those who don't accept the brainwashing are stubborn and backward people. You can even replan the colonial planets and force those who don't accept the brainwashing to live together, build spiritual ghettos, and so on. Anyway, there are many ways. You're a professional leader, and you know how to play better than me. You can think about it yourself. Han Xiao's persuasion was like the devil's bewitchment to Serbia the Fifth, but he just could not make up his mind to refuse. This man's suggestion was so damn sweet. Serbia the Fifth could be like his predecessors and not deal with the conflict of bloodlines. No one would say anything if he didn't want to make any contributions. However, he also saw an opportunity because of this. Once he accomplished what countless predecessors had failed to do, he would become one of the most brilliant leaders in history. This was an unprecedented achievement. Serbia the Fifth gritted his teeth. I'll go back and think about it. This is too important. I can't make a decision now. You should. Han Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He did not intend to persuade Serbia the Fifth all at once. Even if Serbia the Fifth's selfishness was triggered, he would not dare mess around with the entire civilization. He would definitely go back and gather the think tanks for brainstorming. Without careful consideration, he would definitely not agree to it. After sending away the conflicted Serbia the Fifth, Han Xiao did not rest but rushed to the machinery modification room and started building machines behind closed doors. After working so long for the Silver Legacy blueprint, I can finally reap the reward. Chapter 697. In the machinery modification workshop, the semi-finished frame of the Ice Age star freezing cannon was 2 stories tall. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical force and the sound of mechanical parts being assembled, the giant cannon was slowly taking shape. Dozens of construction robotic arms moved up and down, perfecting the structure and assembling the parts. 2 sets of watcher instruments flew around the giant cannon, welding and fitting it together. Electric sparks flew everywhere. A torrent of nanomachines moved around the giant cannon frame, fixing the details of the circuits and energy transmission pipes. The blue mechanical force connected these machines, and under Han Xiao's control, the Ice Age star freezing cannon was built. Han Xiao stood below the Ice Age star freezing cannon and continuously adjusted his mechanical force, carefully polishing this giant cannon. In order to create orange equipment, he was fully focused and had activated Reynolds' character summon card long ago, enjoying the bonus of perfect mechanical sense. The effect of perfect mechanical sense was extremely obvious. The strength, control, and range of his mechanical force all increased by a large margin, and his mechanical force became more sensitive. This gave him a deeper understanding of the perfect mechanical sense. Other than the talent bonus on the surface, perfect mechanical sense also had a hidden effect, which was the remark in your senses, Every machine is a world of ecological balance. The so-called mechanical sense was not only an understanding of machines but also a new sense, giving him a new understanding of machines. It was as if machines were no longer inanimate objects, and his mechanical force flowed through the structure of the machines like he was touching the body of a beautiful woman. Han Xiao's perception of machines was magnified countless times, and he could easily see the details that were originally difficult to see. This hidden effect was related to the bonus of the talent. Only with this kind of mechanical sense would the bonus effect of the talent appear, and the players would not be able to experience the actual feeling of this mechanical sense. It was no wonder that those who had this talent were mechanic-class geniuses. Perfect mechanical sense was simply a pleasure. Han Xiaoxin was extremely excited. Be it building machines or fighting, perfect mechanical sense would be extremely useful. It was a godly skill of the mechanic class, and if he could obtain this talent, it would bring him a complete transformation. It was a pity that he could only temporarily enjoy perfect mechanical sense through the effect of the character summon card. I have to find a way to obtain Reynolds' talent in the future. Han Xiao exhaled, put away his thoughts, and focused on building machines. With the bonus of perfect mechanical sense, the manufacturing process was extremely smooth, and it only took him a day to complete. The Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon was a legacy Orange equipment, and its power was comparable to that of a Star Destroyer cannon. This was currently the highest quality mechanical creation in Han Xiao's hands, and it was also the weapon with the greatest destructive power. The 2-story tall giant cannon shrank and folded into a compressed orb. Its appearance was blue and white, and under the guidance of mechanical force, it slowly floated in Han Xiao's palm. Han Xiao held the compressed orb, and an item introduction popped up on the interface. Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon, Legacy, Quality, Orange Silver Type, Star Annihilation Weapon Requirement, LV-180, Mechanic, Energy greater than 25,000, INT greater than 2,500 Basic Stats, Attack 14,500 to 48,300, Armor Points, Energy Output Level, 12170, Energy Furnace Forced Cooldown, 360 S-Power, Minimum power consumption per shot is 3,000 energy. Maximum power consumption per shot is 12,000 energy. Energy source, psionic reactor. Energy recovery, 25s additional ability, extreme frost. Deals an additional 50% frost damage. Additional ability, psionic frost. Psionic energy can be converted into any form of energy, turning it into extremely cold energy. High chance of freezing the target. 80% chance of freezing the target in the core area, 60% chance of freezing the other areas. Additional ability, expansion explosion. After hitting the target, a second explosion will occur, forming a shockwave and a mushroom cloud. A second damage assessment will be made. Attack power will be 75% of the first round. Plus 350% killing range. Additional ability, reactor output. Can change the attack mode into a continuous output mode. Based on the power output, the continuous output will be 60-240s. 2 damage assessments will be made every second. Attack power will be 8% of the first round damage. The direction of the attack can be adjusted during the continuous output. Special ability, Cold Wind. When the power of one shot exceeds 6,000, the environment within a 50-kilometer radius will be changed. The temperature of the area will drop to -50 degrees Celsius, resulting in a drastic climate change. Special ability, Glacier. When the highest power output is used, the environment within a 200-kilometer radius will be changed. The area will be frozen, forming a glacier. The temperature of the area will drop below -100 degrees Celsius, resulting in a drastic climate change. Special ability, Frozen Star. When the power output exceeds 6,000 and reactor output is used, the continuous output will be more than 90 seconds. This effect will trigger a climate chain reaction, causing the surface of a planet to enter an ice age within a month, destroying all life on the surface. Remarks: the ice elemental life form is very happy and is trying to mate with you. Legacy: according to investigations, if you cool a star, you can indirectly destroy the civilizations of all planets in the orbit of the star. Peter Ferrodinerite a total of 7 additional effects. Orange equipment is really good. The last frozen star effect will probably only appear on orange equipment. Han Xiao had a satisfied look on his face. The Ice Age star freezing cannon was very powerful, and its basic attack was enhanced by mechanical force. In theory, its damage could even reach hundreds of thousands. Normally, such giant cannons would be set up in outer space to carry out space-based attacks, so it was not easy for them to receive mechanical force bonuses. However, because he had absorbed the void energy when he evolved into a void distorter, his mechanical force had the void attribute. This way, he could use the void dimension to cross a distance and release mechanical force to reduce the effect of distance. This was Han Xiao's first planet destroyer weapon, and it could be said to be his trump card. He looked at the interface, and the class advancement mission was completed. I can finally complete the class advancement. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao began the class advancement with a solemn expression. Prerequisites for class change completed. You have received a new class, Apostle Mechanic. Plus 240 energy, plus 3 SDR, plus 4 DEX, plus 5 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 8 free attribute points and 1 potential point. The moment the class advancement was completed, a large amount of knowledge appeared in his mind. Han Xiao had a new understanding of machinery, and his body underwent a wonderful change. A large number of notifications popped up on the interface. You have received the talent, Mechanical Force Ascension, Apostle Body. You have learned the ability, Apostle Grade Machinery Affinity. You have learned the ability, Machinery Apostolization. All of your virtual technology type abilities and talents have been increased by 20%. Han Xiao spent quite a while to digest the various abilities after the class advancement. Feeling the new power surging in his body, he was overjoyed. I've finally arrived at this watershed, Han Xiao thought to himself. Apostle Mechanic was the turning point of the high-grade mechanic class. As the saying went, the end of technology was theology. The reason why the term apostle had such a theological meaning was that from this point onwards, mechanics would gradually walk the path of theology in the eyes of ordinary people. The knowledge they learned would not change, but the methods they used would be improved. With new understanding and new technology, their methods would be like miracles in the eyes of ordinary people. The level cap of Apostle Mechanic was 30, 5 levels higher than Truth Mechanic. Normally, the increase in the level cap also meant that they had entered a new stage. Different from all the other mechanic classes before this, Apostle Mechanics began to gather great power in themselves, becoming extremely powerful in all aspects. Apostle-grade machinery affinity was the core ability of the mechanic class, and each generation was stronger than the last. Han Xiao directly leveled it up to the maximum level, and the effect was plus 105% machinery affinity, which was 30% more than master-grade machinery affinity. The talent, Mechanical Force Ascension Apostle Body, and the ability, Machinery Apostolization, were a set of abilities. Machinery Apostolization allowed him to absorb the energy of machinery through the connection of mechanical force, turning it into various attributes and adding them to himself. All along, machinery had been an external existence, and apostolization started to turn the energy of external objects into his own power. It was like how mags prayed to the gods to receive blessings, and mechanics worshipped machinery as their god, becoming the apostle of machinery and receiving gifts from machinery. The actual effect was easy to understand. For example, apostolization on a mechanical suit would turn the energy of the mechanical suit into his own energy, increasing his own energy rank, gaining dozens of END, strength, and dexterity bonuses, as well as some of the effects of machinery. At the same time, he could use the energy furnace of the mechanical suit to release his own energy. Even without wearing the mechanical suit, he would be able to release psionic energy. Any machinery could be apostolized, and it was not limited to mechanical suits. Different machinery provided different bonuses, and apostolized machinery would put a load on the body. The load depended on the level of the machinery. Mechanical Force Ascension Apostle Body was a set of abilities. Through mechanical force, the body would be transformed into an apostle body, which would be able to convert the energy of machinery. This was the prerequisite for machinery apostolization to take effect. At the same time, this talent determined the number of apostolized machinery that the body could withstand. The attributes were intelligence and endurance, and the sum of the two was the upper limit of the load that the body could withstand. The load of each machinery depended on the energy level of the machinery, and the stronger the machinery, the higher the load. For every apostolized machinery that the body could withstand, the body's upper limit of health would temporarily decrease by 2,500 points, which would only be recovered after the apostolization ended. These two abilities were the signature abilities of an apostle mechanic. They could share the energy of the machinery and allow the user to control more power. In his previous life, the players had done research and believed that this ability to gather power in one's body was one of the prerequisites to becoming a beyond grade A mechanic. Not only mechanics, but the other four classes also had abilities with different effects but similar principles when they reached this level. It was as if they were starting to evolve into a higher level species. The players in his previous life believed that this was evidence of the saying beyond grade A is a new high-level life form. However, to the players, the way of apostolization was very simple. It was like placing a machine into one's equipment slot to receive bonuses. However, Han Xiao had true perception, so he did not know how he would feel. Han Xiao directly tested the effect of apostolization. He held the compressed orb of the Ice Age Star freezing cannon in his hand, and mechanical force gushed out, enveloping the compressed orb and seeping into it to perform apostolization. The next moment, Han Xiao's expression changed slightly. His mechanical force was like a straw, absorbing the energy of the Ice Age Star freezing cannon. A surge of violent psionic energy flowed into his body through the connection. Originally, he could only control the energy produced by his cells. However, now that the psionic energy in his body was mixed with the mechanical force, he could control it as well. The compressed orb was also vibrating non-stop, and the surface of the orb was filled with blue energy circuits. You have used apostolization on Ice Age Star freezing cannon. Your load has increased by 379 points. Your upper limit of health has temporarily decreased by 2,500 points. Plus 78 SDR, plus 43 DEX, plus 35 ENDU can now release energy attacks through your main body or replenish your own energy to consume the energy of the Ice Age Star freezing cannon. You have received an additional ability. Attacks released by your main body will enjoy the bonus of Extreme Frost, increasing frost damage by an additional 50%. Han Xiao raised his other hand and shook it slightly. A dark blue psionic energy ball formed in his palm. With a thought, the attribute of this psionic energy ball immediately changed, turning into a bluish-white frost energy ball. He threw it out, and a white beam of light hit the weapon-testing alloy wall not far away. Boom! The moment it hit, the white light expanded and instantly turned the alloy wall into ice shards. Looking at the interface, Han Xiao saw that his energy had not been depleted at all, but the energy of the Ice Age Star freezing cannon had decreased by a significant amount. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and many new ideas popped up in his mind. Apostolization could be used together with his various abilities to achieve miraculous effects. For example, absorbing the energy of machinery to replenish his energy meant that he did not need to take a beating to recover his health. Or he could use the void attribute mechanical force to connect across space during battle. He could use apostolization remotely without summoning any machinery. Even without the machinery, he would still have a considerable amount of combat power. Very strong ability. It makes up for the weakness of a mechanic to a certain extent. Chapter 698. After testing the new ability, Han Xiao was quite satisfied. The load of a machine was 100 plus X, 100 was the base number, and X was 3% of the machine's energy level. With Han Xiao's load limit, he could obtain about 1,000 attribute points from apostolization, distributed among the three attributes of strength, dexterity, and endurance. As long as he could think of ways to increase his intelligence and endurance, the load limit would also increase. Han Xiao had just obtained machinery apostolization, and as his level increased, the effect of this ability would become more and more outstanding. He mainly focused on the army style, and the apostolization ability only added a new support tactic to make his body stronger. He did not need to take a beating like before. Opening the interface, Han Xiao first raised the 2 new abilities to the maximum level. He obtained 2 potential points before using his experience to level up. At this time, Han Xiao's total level was 195. After leveling up 5 times consecutively, he had reached the level 200 threshold. The cost of leveling up in the later stages was extremely high, and his experience points were rapidly depleted. He did not have much experience left from version 2.0, and compared to 3 years ago, the experience points on the interface had shrunk greatly. Apostle Mechanic was now level 5, and its level limit was level 30. It could last all the way to level 225, crossing the threshold between level 200 and level 220. Han Xiao pondered and calculated. Because he had spent quite a lot of experience to level up his abilities and blueprints, the remaining experience would allow him to reach level 206. At that time, his experience points for version 2.0 would officially be used up. If he wanted to level up quickly, he would have to wait until version 3.0. Now that he had reached level 200, the new promotion mission arrived as promised. Han Xiao took a look and was helpless. Fine, he had no choice but to use the mission completion card this time. The requirement for this promotion mission was also a normal mission, but it was a pity that Han Xiao could not do it. The requirement was to clear a high-level dungeon with a grade A rating within 10 levels. To the players, this level was already the late version. They had experienced a lot of main storyline missions and unlocked countless events, so there were many high-level dungeons. However, Han Xiao had not even reached version 3.0 yet. Unless he created a dungeon himself, it would be very difficult for him to find other high-level dungeons. Most importantly, out of caution, Han Xiao had never used dungeon crystals, so it was impossible for him to challenge dungeons. His only choice was the quest completion card. One of the uses of the quest completion card was to help players skip difficult must-do quests, so they would not be stuck until they died. Speaking of the mission completion card, Han Xiaoxin suddenly thought of something. Over the past 3 years, he had obtained some random rewards from missions. There were still 2 random rewards left on the interface that he had not used yet. He had to prepare for such a situation. It just so happened that the S-rank, Bloodline, mission seemed to have a chance of being completed, so there would definitely be a random reward. Moreover, the random reward of an S-rank mission should have more choices and a higher chance of success. Compared to version 2.0, my strength, reputation, and the size of the Black Star Core have all changed. When the players return, I have enough capital to harvest a wave of Ruthless. Before that, it's best that I use the remaining 7 years to accumulate some mission completion cards. When the time comes, as long as I get the experience, my level will increase. Han Xiao secretly made a plan. After putting away the new equipment, Han Xiao left the modification room, went to the office, and called Reynold and Rosalind. The 2 of them walked in, and Han Xiao went straight to the point. Rosalind, what do you think of the Black Star Core? What do you mean? Rosalind raised her brows. You just have to tell me your general feeling. Do you want me to praise you? Rosalind rolled her eyes, paused, and said with a helpless tone, All right, although I'm a picky person, I have to admit that I admire you a little. I underestimated you when we first met. I didn't expect you to be such a legendary person. Rosalind had been locked up for many years and did not know much about the changes in the outside world. After following Reynold back to the Black Star Core, she started to browse through the things that had happened in the Shattered Star Ring over the years. Only then did she know the current position of the Black Star Core in the Shattered Star Ring, as well as their history. When she first saw the history of the Black Star Core, her first reaction was suspicion. She suspected that this history was fabricated. What shocked her the most was not the current size of the Black Star Core but the speed of the Black Star Core rise. At the very most, the Black Star Core had only been established for about 10 years. Leader Blackstar had only used 10 years to grow from a Grade C Super to a Beyond Grade A seed whose name shook the entire starfield. He had even fought a real Beyond Grade A Super recently and survived. Furthermore, in the past 10 years, He had led the Black Star Corps to become a super large armed force in the Colton star cluster. With the Amethyst civilization behind him, their bases were spread across dozens of star systems. It was an unbelievable miracle. Rosalind did not expect that Han Xiao, who had saved her, was such a big shot. After reading these files, she was shocked by Han Xiao and could not help but admire him. However, she was too embarrassed to show it on the surface. Han Xiao heard this and said, I would like to ask for your help. You will temporarily be an officer of the Black Star Corps. Rosalind had a playful expression. You want to use my ability to? To be specific, it should be mutually beneficial. You're a special talent, so I'm willing to give you a corresponding reward. What if I don't agree? Don't worry. I said that you have a certain amount of freedom, so I definitely won't force you like the Hutt civilization. Of course, you can choose not to do it. Han Xiao smirked and continued, however, even if you are ambitious and want to start your own business, you won't be able to do anything without money. Furthermore, I can give you a generous reward so that you can accumulate your initial capital. Rosalind curled her lips. With my ability, it's easy to accumulate capital. Why should I help you? Han Xiao smiled. Don't forget, you have a criminal record. I bailed you out, so you can't run around or do anything. Otherwise, according to the galactic law, you'll be wanted. Therefore, working for me temporarily might be your best chance to earn money. Humph, you're threatening and tempting me. Do you think I'll definitely agree to your request? Rosalind snorted. My favorite thing to do is to say no to those who think they can get me. Actually, it's not like your criminal record can't be written off. What do you want me to do? Rosalind walked forward without saying anything. She hugged Han Xiao's arm and shook it continuously. Her expression changed faster than flipping a book. Reynold looked at Rosalind, who wanted to stick to Han Xiao, and was speechless. He had talked to Rosalind in private and knew that Rosalind wanted to stay and help, but she could not bring herself to do so. Now that Black Star had brought it up, it gave her a chance to agree. Han Xiao also knew that Rosalind would most likely not reject him. After all, 80 favorability points were not just for show. He also knew how to deal with Rosalind's cynical and vicious personality. As long as he gave Rosalind an excuse, she would accept his invitation. It could be said that he was at Sunder. Your job is a cultural instructor. You'll teach and train the members of the Black Star Corps. You'll spread the history of the army to all the members and deepen their understanding of the Black Star Corps. You'll cultivate their sense of identity. Go back and study the experience of the Black Star Corps during this period. Compile it into a textbook and find an entry point to establish the unique beliefs of the Black Star Corps. After you're done, hand it to me for review. Han Xiao pulled his arm out of Rosalind's embrace and said with a serious tone. In order for the faction to develop healthily, the sense of identity and loyalty of the members had to be cultivated. This required the establishment of a corporate culture. For example, Bloodshed Land and Hidden Red Robe Abbey both had their own culture with distinct characteristics. Han Xiao felt that not only did he need to cultivate the sense of identity and belonging of the players, but he also needed to treat the other members of the army equally. Only then would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Rosalind accepted the job and left the room, Reynold thanked Han Xiao. Thank you for giving my sister a job. You're someone I value. There's no need to say such polite words. Han Xiao waved his hands with a nonchalant expression. Even with Reynold's serious personality, he could not help but feel touched. Such a boss is so awesome. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao got down to business. About a month ago, I asked you to help Vilna build an army. How's it going now? I mobilized a batch of resources as starting funds, about 70 million aners, Reynolds said. I used Floating Dragon's name to purchase a fleet and recruit people. However, some of them did not want to join the new Floating Dragon field team but came for us. They only want to join the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao pondered. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the rise of the Black Star Corps had also increased Floating Dragon's influence. Currently, the Black Star Corps was the strongest force under Floating Dragon. Joining Black Star would also increase Floating Dragon's influence. The two signboards added together were double the happiness. Most people only wanted to join the Black Star Corps. Furthermore, the rumors of Floating Dragon splitting from Black Star had always been circulating. Compared to Floating Dragon, most people preferred the Black Star Army, which had a brighter future and greater ambition. If they were to split up in the future, staying in the Black Star Army would have a brighter future, which was more reliable than Floating Dragon. Even though Han Xiao had not reached beyond grader yet, the Black Star Corps assets were already larger than Floating Dragons. After all, Ames did not have any deep cooperation with the Star Cluster civilizations and did not have as many connections as he did. How big do you think the 70 million starting funds will be? Han Xiao asked. It's hard to say. Based on the current spending speed, we'll be able to spend 70 million in half a year. The final result should not be comparable to a large mercenary group. That's too little. Han Xiao said decisively. I'll give you 3 months to spend this amount of money. After that, add another 150 million aners. Reynold was shocked. Won't the cost be too high? Don't worry, I don't lack money. Han Xiao smiled. Floating Dragon had helped him a lot in the beginning, and he was not planning to save money when it came to the mission of building the second field team. Furthermore, the income that he gave to Jenny every month was astronomical, so he did not care about this little bit of money. Currently, the Black Star Corps was working with hundreds of financial groups to mine resource planets in dozens of star systems. The profits were extremely high. Excluding maintenance, mining, commission, and so on, the monthly profit from mining was at least 200 million aners. Mining was currently the army's biggest industry. As long as he could establish a relationship with the political forces, earning money would become very simple. Of course, this amount of profit was still not comparable to the star system civilizations. However, it was enough to maintain an armed force for the time being. The word poor had already been removed from his dictionary. Chapter 699. By the way, the report about the Dark Star leader is out today. Take a look, Reynold suddenly said. Take a look. Han Xiaoshan took out his communicator and surfed the internet. He had only been in seclusion for a day, but the news about the transfer of the Dark Star leader had spread rapidly. The galactic reporters focused on Klent's suspected collusion with Darkstar, and the fallen Ark Klent had been prepared for this and wanted to stop the rumors from spreading. They immediately jumped out to deny it with a firm attitude, saying that this was slander and that Purple Crystal had made it up. It's useless to deny it. Purple Crystal definitely has a way to pry open the mouth of the Darkstar leader. Han Xiao chuckled. Klent's assassination attempts had angered him. Now that he finally had the chance, he was more than happy to create trouble for Klent. The secret war was in a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. Furthermore, they could not harm Klent themselves. However, if they attacked the Darkstar leader, they could hurt Klent politically. In the next half a month, Han Xiao waited for Serbia V's reply while paying attention to the Darkstar leader incident. Purple Crystal was determined to magnify the impact of this incident and attract the attention of various organizations, causing a commotion in the star field. The crime of funding Darkstar and colluding with the fallen Ark could be big or small. If it was not exposed, perhaps no one would pursue it. However, it was now a sensitive period with the Crimson Tide. Now that Klent had exposed their weakness, the other star cluster civilizations in the shattered star ring were like sharks that smelled blood. They all wanted to take a bite out of Klent and attack Klent's political power. Klent's inflated ambition had always made many star cluster civilizations wary. Not only had they joined the Red Empire to take over the flickering world, but they also did not want to give up their position in the shattered star ring and wanted to expand their territory to 2 star fields. Their appetite was too big. Therefore, these star cluster civilizations hoped to weaken Klent's political position in the shattered star ring and not let their little scheme go so smoothly. They could not stop Klent from going to the flickering world in the future, but they could take the opportunity to weaken their influence in the shattered star ring. Want to develop in 2 star fields at the same time? You don't look like much, but you sure are dreaming. Once someone was powerful, the other civilizations would not mind targeting them. Not only were they attacking their competitors, but they were also protecting their own interests. As the saying went, hit the snake where it hurts the most. Han Xiao's actions hit the nail on the head and gave the other star cluster civilizations a good opportunity. Klent was immediately attacked by the other civilizations, creating a huge problem. Klent hated Han Xiao to the core. This time, Han Xiao had taken on a much weaker opponent, and it had even affected their entire strategy. However, after so many failed assassinations, Klent could not do anything to Han Xiao. They could only solve this problem from a political perspective. In the past half a month, Purple Crystal and Klent had been fighting a war of words. One side strongly condemned, and the other side denied. In a nutshell, Klent, you're heartless, cold, and unreasonable. Purple Crystal, you're the heartless one, you're the cold one, you're the unreasonable one. This conversation continued on and on. This incident even involved the Red Empire. The Red Empire sent an emissary to Klent to investigate this matter. The Red Empire was negotiating with the Radiant Federation about who would control the flickering world. At this juncture, a scandal of Klent colluding with the fallen Ark was exposed. This guy was wanted by all three universal civilizations. His identity was sensitive, and Klent was the new underling of the Red Empire. The scandal involved the Red Empire and gave the Radiant Federation a political bargaining chip. This made the Red Empire very angry. Their attitude was very clear. What's wrong with you, bro? Part of this intelligence came from Ralph. He had revealed the inside story of the game to Han Xiao. This day, he called Han Xiao to talk about this matter and revealed the subsequent developments. The Red Empire is involved. They have reached an agreement with us. They can make decisions on behalf of Klent and give up some of their rights in the Shattered Star Ring. The condition is that this matter is suppressed as soon as possible. All of you agreed. Han Xiao was curious. After all, a universal civilization negotiated with them personally, so we did not dare to pursue the matter. However, some civilizations contacted the Radiant Federation privately and hoped that the Radiant Federation would support us. They probably felt that the Radiant Federation was fighting for the flickering world and would not let go of this opportunity to attack the Red Empire. However, for some reason, the Radiant Federation did not do anything. Thus, we could only stop while we were ahead. Han Xiao nodded. This was the tragedy of being an underling. The Red Empire gave up some benefits on behalf of Klent in order to stop their own losses. Of course, the Red Empire was not willing to lose Klent as a chess piece, so they must have promised some other compensation. Since Klent was after the flickering world, they could only put their eggs in their pockets and swallow their anger. So, this matter is over. More or less. We can't pursue it anymore. Then, what price did Klent pay? That's a secret. I don't know either. We and the other star cluster civilizations will digest the benefits that Klent gave up. Then, the secret war. Han Xiao raised his brows. Ralph sighed. Sigh, we still have to fight. The Red Empire did not talk about the secret war, and the other star cluster civilizations immediately stayed out of it after receiving the benefits that Klent gave up. They drew a clear line with us and ended this temporary alliance. Obviously, they want us to continue fighting with Klent and wear each other down. This will be more beneficial to them. There are no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. It's too real. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. These civilizations all wanted to benefit from the fight between the Snipe and the Clam. In the original storyline, at the end of the Secret War, the Red Empire only represented Klent at the negotiation table. Now, they had no choice but to enter and clean up Klent's mess. This was caused by him. This was something that had never happened before, and it would definitely change the direction of the entire storyline. Han Xiao pondered. He felt that since Klent was taken advantage of, in order to replenish their health, they might put more effort into the secret war and fight more aggressively. He told this to Ralph, and Ralph smiled strangely. Did you know that because of this, Heber is unhappy with Klent? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled as he started to imagine. Originally, the tyrant was Klent's only beyond grade A ally. In the original storyline, Bloodshed Land and Klent were on good terms. Now that Klent and Esgod were flirting with each other and were caught in bed by Heber, it was like the wife finding out about the mistress. How infuriating. I was the one who did it first. Looks like the secret war will become even more stalemate. It should last until the start of version 3.0. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this outcome. He had created internal and external problems to make Klent anxious. This was his revenge for Klent's repeated attempts to assassinate him. You have to pay for what you did. There's one more thing. Serbia V told us that you want to use Rosalind's ability to help Godora resolve the bloodline conflict. That's right. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This matter is a little sensitive, so he wants to ask Purple Crystal to be the witness and use Purple Crystal's name to carry out this plan. What do you think? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before understanding. Serbia V had decided to take his suggestion and try to resolve the bloodline conflict. Serbia V thought of a better excuse and used Purple Crystal's name to carry out the discrimination elimination plan, making it seem like an advanced civilization was helping Godora. With a star cluster civilization as a shield, the Godoran government would suffer much less criticism, and the citizens would find it easier to accept. After all, the majority of the citizens were all too familiar with their own government. As the saying goes, the difference makes the heart grow fonder. Many people would feel that the interference of an advanced civilization would definitely be more reliable than their own government. Han Xiao thought for a while, hung up, and dialed Serbia V's number. The call was picked up immediately. Clearly, Serbia V had been waiting for a long time. Your Excellency Blackstar, I'm prepared to use your method, but I hope that this will be carried out in the name of the Amethyst civilization. Maybe we can't announce that this is your contribution. Serbia V went straight to the point. But I'm willing to pay a higher price privately. What do you think? Han Xiao scratched his earlobe and said, that's fine. He was mainly doing this to complete the bloodline mission. This fame was not even comparable to his beyond grade A seed. Serbia V heaved a sigh of relief and explained, that's great. It's not that I don't trust you, but this is too important. I have to find a gentle way to make more Godora people accept it. In fact, this was only one of the reasons. After all, Han Xiao was not an official organization. Serbia V was still a little worried, so he pulled the Purple Crystal civilization as a guarantee. However, of course, he would not say this out loud, and the two of them had a tacit understanding. Since you've agreed, I'll bring Rosalind over to discuss the specifics. Okay. I'll get Nagojin to pick you up. You can come directly to Godora's mother planet. Why is it Nagojin again? Han Xiao suddenly realized that every time the Godora civilization interacted with him, they would always send Nagojin to pick him up. Aren't you guys friends? Serbia V was confused but threw this question to the back of his mind. Anyway, I'll wait for you on the mother planet. Han Xiao nodded, hung up, and called Rosalind. Pack up and get ready to go. I have a job for you. A few days later, Godora's mother planet, the spaceship landed at the military dock. Han Xiao walked out of the cabin with Rosalind, and Nagojin led the way in front. They took the hovering car all the way to the government building. Han Xiao brought them straight to Serbia V's office. You're finally here. Serbia V had been waiting for a long time and quickly stood up to welcome them. After a few words of greeting, everyone sat down. Serbia V sized up Rosalind from time to time. At this time, Rosalind showed the side of her former pope. She was noble and elegant, and her eyes were calm. Serbia V could not figure her out. He only felt that this woman had the aura of a big shot and was not simple. They had worked together for many years and were very familiar with each other. Han Xiao did not beat around the bush and ask directly, long story short, what plan do you have? At his current level, a star system civilization was not as rare as before. He planned to use evil methods to complete the bloodline mission as soon as possible and get the Grade S mission reward. He still had some time before his holiday, and Klent had an internal conflict. He did not need to join the war for the time being, so he did not want to waste too much time on the bloodline mission. He planned to use the rest of his holiday to do mercenary missions and get more random rewards. Before version 3.0 arrived, it would be best to save up more mission completion cards. According to Rosalind's ability, we've prepared a few backup plans. Chapter 700. After spending 2 minutes, Han Xiao browsed through Serbia V's plan. He then passed the document to Rosalind and nodded. It seems like you're not going to ask for the opinions of the God Aura people. Although this is beneficial to the future of the civilization, most people's free will only drag us down. We have to act arbitrarily in order to push this plan forward. This was a private meeting without leaving any information, so Serbia V was much more direct. Rosalind finished reading the document and nodded casually. I understand your request. Are you sure you don't want to implant something else in the minds of the people? Hearing this, Serbia V wiped his cold sweat. No need. Eliminating discrimination is enough. Okay, if it's just eliminating discrimination, it's very simple for me. Rosalind gave an enigmatic smile, which made Serbia V's heart skip a beat. In front of outsiders, Rosalind was not as casual as she was in front of Han Xiao. On the way, Han Xiao had already told her to keep her cool and not reveal her true nature to scare Serbia V. At this moment, Rosalind put her finger on her cheekbone, looked at Serbia V, smiled elegantly, and explained her thoughts. Black Star has already told me the situation. According to my understanding, there are 3 main reasons for the bloodline conflict in God Aura. The first is the traditional concept of bloodline purity. Under the baptism of the galactic environment, only a small number of purebloods still stubbornly believe in this concept. I call this group of people the diehards. Their thinking is the most difficult to change. The second is the discrimination caused by biological differences. It comes from the instinctive disgust when seeing intelligent life and deformed aliens. Maybe some purebloods don't want to discriminate against hybrids, but when they see them, they can't help but hate them. This is the reason for most people's discrimination. To change this, I think we have to start with aesthetics. The third is the hatred accumulated from the conflicts caused by years of discrimination. It's a problem left over from history. Also, due to discrimination, the average social status of purebloods is higher than hybrids, and they have more say in various industries. This can be seen as a class conflict. Although I can temporarily suppress this hatred, if you don't change the situation, in the long run, the conflict will sprout again. Serbia V felt a headache coming on. In his eyes, each of these 3 factors was an almost unsolvable problem. Just listening to Rosalind's analysis made him feel extremely troubled, and he once again doubted the feasibility of this plan. Rosalind seemed to have seen through his worries. She said calmly, optimistically, it will take at least a few decades to dilute these problems using conventional means. But now that I'm here, I can shorten this process by thousands of times. The first 2 points are the main problems. As long as we solve the problem of the diehards and aesthetics, the class conflict will gradually improve. Serbia V took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply to Han Xiao and Rosalind, giving them a universal bow. I'm counting on you. In the morning, the warm yellow sun awoke the sleeping city. In a certain commercial plaza on Ghidorah's mother planet, there were many tall buildings. Hovering vehicles shuttled between the buildings. From time to time, passers-by wearing flying runes would take off or land on an open-air platform extending from the tall buildings. It was a bustling scene. At this time, there was a long line at a certain hovering bus station on an open-air platform. It was the morning commute time for office workers. These God Aura people who were preparing to go to work were waiting for public transportation. The productivity of a star system civilization was enough to feed the lazy Fatotakis, but the mother planet, as the capital of the civilization, had always maintained a strong vitality. Those who settled down on the mother planet were all high-quality laborers who were willing to work hard, unlike the Gorton colonial planet, which was lifeless and full of Fatotakis. There was no concept of work. Rudy was in the middle of the line. He was dressed decently and looked like a social elite. However, unlike the God Aura people around him, He did not have external ears. His ears were spiral holes, and he did not have braids and accessories like the other Godora people. Because he did not have long hair, his facial features were more spaced apart. He looked very out of place, and his appearance was very unique. He was the only mixed blood in the entire line. Rudy could feel the indistinct gazes around him. There was a faint sense of rejection. He was expressionless and looked straight ahead. It was as if his heart was as still as water, and he did not care at all. In fact, he was hoping that the hovering bus would arrive at the station in the next second so that he would not have to endure being surrounded like an animal in a zoo. Rudy was 63 years old this year. According to the lifespan of a Godora person, he had just reached middle age. He was an employee of a large corporation and had a lot of seniority and income. Logically speaking, he should have a middle-class status in society. However, his appearance brought him hidden resistance everywhere. He knew that his current position was basically the limit, and he would not be promoted anymore. What he hated the most every day was going to work. It was not because the work was hard, but because going to work meant that he had to socialize and endure all kinds of strange gazes. He was under immense psychological pressure every day, but he could not show any emotions on his face. Countless times, he would wake up in the middle of the night and sit in the dark, thinking that he should just resign. Why should he humiliate himself? However, every time he saw his wife sleeping beside him, Rudy would dispel this thought. His wife was a beautiful pure-blooded. She had ignored her family's objections and married him, a mixed blood, and had given birth to 2 children for him. After being married for many years, his wife's family still treated him coldly, and his wife rarely complained. For the sake of his family, Rudy did not dare resign. He could only vent his anxiety and annoyance in silence while he smoked. To him, life was like a pool of stagnant water, like a grey silent film that was played repeatedly every day. Only when he returned home and saw the smiling faces of his wife and children would his life regain its color and sound. Rudy did not have any expectations for the future. It was good that he could not see the road ahead, but the scary thing was that he could see the end of his life. Rudy laughed at himself. At this moment, the 2 people behind him suddenly started chatting, and their conversation reached his ears. "Have you heard? Some time ago, the Darkstar leader was arrested. It was announced that the Darkstar organization was completely destroyed. More than half a month has passed." "Of course, I know. Hehe, there are reports that the trial of the Darkstar leader has ended, and he has been locked up in the Rainbow Prison. I'm not sure about that. Tell me." Rudy could only pretend that he did not hear the conversation between the 2 people behind him. Because of the existence of the Darkstar, the hybrids were criticized even more. After the destruction of the Darkstar organization, purebloods had intentionally or unintentionally mentioned the Darkstar in front of him more than once, as if it was a form of sarcasm. Rudy did not agree with the philosophy of the Darkstar. As a hybrid who yearned for stability, he even hated the behavior of the Darkstar. However, in the eyes of the purebloods, it seemed that every hybrid worshipped the Darkstar. The destruction of the Darkstar was equivalent to the failure of the hybrids. Thus, they could show the attitude of a victor and hold their heads high. At this moment, a virtual screen projection appeared between the tall buildings in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Serbia the Fifth's figure appeared on the virtual screen. He faced the camera with a serious expression and sat upright, as if he had something important to announce. The same scene appeared in every city on Godora's colonial planet. The official announcement was made to the entire civilization. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Serbia the Fifth slowly opened his mouth. "Today, I represent the Godora government to announce an important decision. In order to prevent the tragedy of the Darkstar from happening again, we have decided to accept the help of the Amethyst civilization. We will use unconventional means to solve the problem of bloodline discrimination that has existed for a long time." Serbia the Fifth recited the script that he had written a long time ago. In a long speech, he described the situation as the Purple Crystal civilization taking the initiative to lend a helping hand. After careful consideration, he decided to accept the help. He embellished his words and tried his best to reduce the rejection of the people. However, Everyone in Godora was still shocked by this news. There was complete silence. Only a few seconds after the news ended did countless people wake up from their days and burst into an uproar. This is too sudden. There was no warning at all. He's trying to brainwash us. Why does he have to change our views? Free will is inviolable. Is Serbia the fifth crazy? Will there be repercussions? Is this the intention of the amethyst civilization? Maybe it's reliable. The surrounding Godora people discussed at once. Their reactions were different, but most of them were shocked and dissatisfied. Ludi did not participate in the discussion. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. At this moment, he only felt that his heart, which had been numb for a long time, seemed to be injected with vitality again. His stagnant future seemed to have cracked open, revealing the dawn of drastic change. On this day, Godora's network of contacts from all walks of life was mobilized. They inquired about the government's intentions from various channels. Everyone was anxious. No one wanted others to change their views, even if it was a good thing for the collective. As expected, there was a backlash from the individual wishes. However, Serbia V promised subsidies, tax cuts, and all sorts of benefits after accepting the discrimination transformation plan, but he did not give the people the option to reject. There was an uproar on the internet. Protest groups also sprung up in real life. Serbia V's plan shook the entire society, but he insisted on doing it. With Purple Crystal's intervention, the internal resistance was forcefully suppressed, and the huge government machine started operating according to his wishes. The upper echelons of society were basically controlled by the purebloods. These people had a huge amount of power, and most of them were diehards. They also did not receive any information beforehand. Although they hated Serbia V's plan, they did not jump out to oppose it immediately. Instead, they observed the situation calmly. Thus, the external resistance did not increase. Purple Crystal's name helped Serbia V avoid more criticism. A star cluster civilization was still able to scare Godora people. Even though Serbia V's actions were similar to a dictatorship, many Godora people still thought that this was the intention of the Amethyst civilization. All sorts of factors allowed Serbia V to forcefully carry out this crazy plan. Seeing that they could not change the government's intentions, all Godora people focused their attention on the first trial area of the discrimination transformation plan that Serbia V announced. It was the border area, colony planet Gorton. The low-importance fat otaku planet was naturally the best place for the trial. Even if there were negative consequences, the negative impact on the entire civilization would be limited. Rainbow Light Prison, top secret single cell. The Dark Star leader sat in the corner of the cell. The cell was pitch black, and he could only hear his own breathing in the darkness. His trial had ended. Godora and Purple Crystal had gotten what they wanted. Thus, he was locked up and would spend the rest of his life in prison. The hope that supported his beliefs had been destroyed. The Dark Star leader seemed to have lost his backbone. His temperament collapsed, and his heart was numb. The Rainbow Prison could destroy the beliefs of the Dark Star members. He did not know if he could persevere in the future, but he did not care about anything now. Clang! The narrow feeding window at the bottom of the cell door opened, and a plate of food was thrown into the cell along with the light. Recently, Serbia V actually wants to brainwash all Godora people to eliminate discrimination against hybrids. Was he instigated by Dark Star? The prison guard outside the door suddenly spoke with a sarcastic tone. After saying this, he closed the feeding window, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. In the darkness, the Dark Star leader suddenly opened his eyes. His originally numb eyes were filled with shock, and his face was filled with confusion. Brainwash an entire civilization? F***CK, could it be that we're on the same path? You're even better than me. Chapter 701. Planet Gorton was the first test area of Godora's discrimination modification plan. Regardless of whether they were purebloods or hybrids, all the Godora people had their eyes on Gorton, wanting to know what Serbia V was doing. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a giant flagship of the Amethyst civilization arrived at planet Gorton and used some kind of device to release an invisible psychic current to the entire planet. Serbia V announced that Purple Crystal had used a secret star cluster-level technology to modify the thoughts of the Godora people on a large scale. He also assured the public that this device was very reliable. In reality, this was just a disguise that he had discussed with Purple Crystal to make it seem like a huge commotion and reduce the public's uneasiness. The key person who actually carried out the discrimination modification was naturally Rosalind. This was the first time she displayed her ability in front of Han Xiao. The large-scale psychic current that the Purple Crystal flagship released on planet Gorton was actually a device that strengthened the psychic power of Rosalind's Esper ability, greatly increasing the range of her Esper ability. Psychics also had hypnosis and brainwashing techniques, but the accuracy and range were not as good as Rosalind's thought infection Esper ability. Her Esper ability was a shallow brainwashing, and the process was very gentle. It was done subtly and did not affect the person's personality. Instead, it gave the target a new way of looking at things. It could even be said that Rosalind had opened up a new perspective of the world for the target. This Esper ability was very suitable for preaching and shaping ideas. The modification project lasted for 2 days. The fat nerds in Gorton were originally very uneasy, but as time passed, they did not notice any changes in their thoughts. They gradually became suspicious and thought that it was not effective. 2 days later, the Purple Crystal flagship left. All the Godora people were paying attention to the results of the experiment. The internet was filled with topics about planet Gorton. Everyone participated and asked curiously, "Are there any residents of Gorton? Come out and tell us how you feel." "I don't feel any changes." "Am I the only one?" "No, I'm also from Gorton." "I don't feel any changes." "Did it fail?" I don't know if you guys feel the same way." At first, I thought that it wouldn't work, but just now, I took the initiative to chat with a mixed-blood friend. At first, I was a little repulsed by him, but when I saw him just now, I was actually calm and even felt that he had delicate features. Cough, cough, I'm anonymous. I don't want him to find out. Is that so? I'm not quite the same as you. I have a mixed-blood friend too. I thought he was quite ugly at first, but after video chatting with him just now, although I still think he's ugly, the disgust that I felt from time to time is gone. The people of Godora gradually understood the changes in the residents of Gotting. The transformed individuals maintained their own personalities, and even knew what kind of changes they had undergone. This result made Godora feel more at ease. At least they did not forcefully distort their thoughts. Serbia V had been paying attention to the reactions of the people. Seeing this, he held another press conference to emphasize that the discrimination modification plan was harmless. He also wanted to let the people know about their changes and respect the individual's right to know. At the same time, the government was secretly guiding public opinion, trying to make the people feel that accepting mixed bloods was a policy that would never change in Godora. Since they could not change the general trend, perhaps changing themselves was a good choice and could make the atmosphere of society better. The success of the experiment and the control of public opinion did indeed make some people less wary. Some people even approved of this idea by accepting the modification. The mixed bloods that were not pleasing to the eye would no longer make them feel disgusted, and their daily lives would become more harmonious. With the first success, Serbia V had more confidence. After observing for a long time and using various methods to confirm that the residents of Gotting did not suffer any sequelae, he was finally at ease. He vigorously promoted the plan and allowed all the colonial planets of Godora to accept the modification. The people of Godora called this the Discrimination Modification Campaign. The pure-blooded diehards had power and influence. Even if the discrimination modification did not cause any sequelae, they were not willing to accept it. Thus, they used their power and influence to create external resistance for Serbia V. The network of connections of the upper class even caused the government to have problems. The diehards stirred up public opinion to smear Serbia V, saying that he was a lunatic, even crazier than Darkstar. They said that he was leading Godora to its grave and become a slave to the advanced civilizations. Many people were influenced by public opinion and became very angry. They said that the government did not ask for their opinion and wanted to change their minds. What did they think they were? Serbia V's reputation on the internet plummeted, and he was even called the second-generation leader of Darkstar. However, Serbia V was not angry. Instead, he was happy and used this opportunity to publicly explain. Regardless of whether the people believed it or not, this was an opportunity. As long as he did what he wanted, he could create his own image. Some conspiracy theorists naturally did not listen to the explanation and were even more excited. Serbia V did not stand on ceremony with them and asked people to invite them to tea so that they would stop. He did not care about these smears. To him, this was just a painful process. When the plan was completed, the entire galactic society would naturally have a high opinion of him, and he would become the most powerful leader in the history of Godora. When the upper class saw that public opinion was useless, they secretly funded high-ranking officials in the government, hoping to impeach Serbia V and find a way to change the leader. Unfortunately, ever since they entered the galactic era, Godora had already taken back a lot of the privileges of the nobles. Furthermore, Godora was a hereditary system, and the system was not democratic. Serbia V also had the support of Purple Crystal, so his position was impregnable. Therefore, facing the counterattack of the upper class, Serbia V scoffed. Serbia V was not willing to waste time scheming against each other. Therefore, he directly talked to many of the diehards of the upper class with a very firm attitude. If you continue to cause trouble, you will have to pay back all the benefits the government has given you in the past. You can go wherever you want to go. The upper class was terrified. Seeing that all kinds of methods could not stop the discrimination transformation movement, they realized that there was nothing they could do. Therefore, they changed the content of their protest and believed that if the purebloods had to be transformed, the hybrids had to be transformed too. Otherwise, there would be hidden dangers. The hybrids had always been bullied, and they had accumulated resentment. After some research, some of the rebellious hybrids were indifferent to the discrimination transformation movement. They felt that the purebloods had discriminated against them for so many years and caused so many tragedies. Now that they no longer discriminated against them, how could there be such a good thing in the world? Serbia V did not ignore them. The hybrids had to be transformed and treated equally. Godora's discrimination transformation movement was in full swing and caused an uproar in the galaxy. A small star system civilization successfully dominated the headlines for a period of time. Even the star cluster civilizations in the shattered star ring were watching curiously. The government brainwashing all its citizens, this was too rare. Countless galactic reporters swarmed over, and Serbia V decided to hold a press conference to answer the questions that these reporters were most interested in. A day later, these famous media outlets released their own reports. One of the reports became popular in the galaxy and received the most approval. In the report, Serbia V received a positive evaluation and was praised to the sky. The reporter believed that the discrimination modification movement was a powerful medicine that was precisely targeted at the stubborn problem of bloodline conflict. Only a leader as bold as Serbia V would dare to carry out such a seemingly crazy plan. Although there were many obstacles at the moment, it was actually beneficial for the future of the civilization. In the report, Serbia V was described as a leader of great talent, vision, and courage. The report also interviewed many Godora hybrids who were wandering outside, and many of them revealed their intention to return to Godora. The reporters called this phenomenon Godora's grand unification trend. The idea that Darkstar could not complete was achieved by Serbia V instead, and it was even better. The reporters felt that this was very dramatic. The Purple Crystal civilization was also evaluated as being warm-hearted and responsible, and they were willing to step forward to resolve the internal conflicts of the civilizations under their jurisdiction. Their credibility was increased, and this was a pleasant surprise, indirectly increasing the support of the Purple Crystal civilization in the 3 border star systems. The report also mentioned Han Xiao and felt that his capture of the Darkstar leader was the source of everything that happened later. This allowed Godora and Purple Crystal to get closer, which indirectly led to the discrimination transformation movement. Although outsiders did not know that the discrimination transformation movement was actually the result of Han Xiao pulling the strings behind the scenes, this report did not forget about him. It felt that Black Star's contribution was also indispensable and gave him a share of the credit, making his reputation in the galaxy even more positive. Han Xiao also saw this report and felt very good. Sure enough, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In his previous life, no player had completed the Bloodline mission, and Ghidorah's bloodline conflicts continued to fester. Although there were no more terrorist organizations like Darkstar, the sharper internal conflicts caused the hybrids to have fewer and fewer opportunities to rise up the ranks. They were all at the bottom of society, and this led to a large exodus of hybrids. At the same time, it gave birth to many rebel forces and endless internal conflicts. If not for the mission, Han Xiao would not have cared about the internal conflicts of Ghidorah. His original intention was to complete the mission and get the reward, but the result seemed to be a good thing. The current Ghidorah government had done what Darkstar could not. Han Xiao could not help but want to see how Darkstar's leader would react to this. The Rainbow Light Prison was an independent interstellar fortress that floated in the universe and was heavily guarded. Han Xiao could now move freely in Ghidorah. Not to mention a prison, he could even enter Serbia the Fifth's room. He requested to visit the Rainbow Prison, and Ghidorah agreed without hesitation. The Blacklight Stealth arrived at the Rainbow Prison and stopped at the dock. The warden came out to welcome him. "It's my honor to meet you, respected hero of the Ghidorah Medal, friend of Ghidorah, Your Excellency Black Star." The warden was very respectful. "I would like to visit the Darkstar members in the Rainbow Prison and then talk to the leader of Darkstar." "Sorry to trouble you, Warden." Han Xiao smiled. "Please follow me." The warden led the way, and Han Xiao followed him into the Rainbow Prison. They walked past many cells, all of which were Darkstar members. Han Xiao even saw the former Darkstar officer, Degulish. This guy's entire body was shackled with electromagnetic shackles, and his expression was numb. One look and one could tell that he was living a happy life in this prison. After looking around, Han Xiao came to the most heavily guarded cell. The Darkstar leader was locked inside. The warden personally opened the cell door and invited Han Xiao in. He then stayed outside to give the two of them some space to talk. Han Xiao walked into the cell, and the cell door closed behind him. Darkness fell before his eyes. He casually summoned a hovering guard and turned it into a light source, illuminating the room. The Darkstar leader was sitting in the corner, and his depressed aura had disappeared. He stared at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. "It's you. It's me. I'm here. I'm still here. I've answered the 3 questions you're going to ask. Can we talk about something else now?" Han Xiao rolled his eyes. The Darkstar leader was speechless. "Why do you like to stop people from talking?" At this time, the Darkstar leader suddenly realized that he and Blackstar had been enemies for so long, and this was the first time the two of them had a proper chat. Chapter 702. Han Xiao sized up the Darkstar leader and commented, "Your complexion seems much better. I heard that Ghidorah's government is using extreme methods to deal with the bloodline conflict, and they're doing a much better job than me." The Darkstar leader's tone was complicated. "From the perspective of a war criminal, you're quite well informed," Han Xiao joked. The Darkstar leader shook his head. "Do you know that I'm going to be executed soon?" Han Xiao's eyes moved. "Wasn't your punishment to be locked up indefinitely? It was changed. It's probably a request from the Red Empire." The Darkstar leader sighed. Han Xiao's eyes moved as he nodded slightly. The Red Empire wanted to suppress Klent's crimes as soon as possible, so they naturally had to kill this important witness. Since the political deal had been completed, and the Darkstar leader had lost his value, Purple Crystal and Ghidorah did not reject the Red Empire's request. Although the Darkstar leader was a Calamity-grade super with research value, in the political casino between civilizations, he was only a slightly bigger chip. What made him curious was that the Darkstar leader was very calm even though he knew that he was going to be executed. "You don't hate me?" Han Xiao was curious. If it was a few days ago, I would have hated you, but it's different now. The Dark Star leader had a complicated expression. I was once lost and made a deal with Klent, doing some dirty work for them. They promised to build a home for the God-Aura hybrids in the flickering world in the future. When I was caught by you, I thought that everything was over, but who would have thought, in the most desperate moment, I saw a real turning point. Over the past few days, I have been reflecting on my past. The existence of Darkstar has made God-Aura realize the danger of the bloodline conflict. Getting rid of me, their mortal enemy, is the same as getting rid of their final obstacle. In order to prevent a second me from appearing, God-Aura has finally made up their mind to get rid of the bloodline conflict. While their method is different from mine, the Godoran government has done a much better job than mine. Perhaps you don't believe me, but everything I do is to change the situation of mixed bloods. It's just that my identity forces me to choose an extreme method. The future I look forward to is like a shadow of nothingness. No matter what I do, it's always far away. It's you who let me see that my beliefs aren't without hope, but that there's a price to pay, and that's my life. I don't hate you. If I wasn't caught by you, the discrimination transformation movement would not have happened. If I could use my life to lay the foundation for my ideals, I would have no regrets. You made with my death. The Darkstar leader's tone revealed a sense of relief and acceptance of his fate. He even revealed a faint smile. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and remained unmoved. He slowly said, "You can be considered to have died a worthy death, but don't make yourself sound so noble. You're still a terrorist with a heavy debt of blood." He would not pity a villain because of his last words of remorse. It was just an acceptance of fate. If the Darkstar leader had not been caught, even if he knew that surrendering could change the situation of the hybrids, this guy might not have been willing to give up his life. I know. The Darkstar leader lowered his eyes. Han Xiao touched his chin and laughed. However, your guess is wrong. Ghidorah's determination to solve the bloodline conflict was not because of you. You are not as important as you think. Then why? The Darkstar leader was puzzled. Could he have guessed wrong? To tell you the truth, the person who convinced Serbia V to promote the discrimination transformation movement was me. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The Darkstar leader's eyes widened. He could not remain calm. He suddenly stood up with a shocked expression. He did not think that Han Xiao would come all the way to lie to him, a person who was about to die. Why did you help me? The Darkstar leader's lips trembled. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and said unhappily, "Help you? Do I know you that well? Don't think too highly of yourself. I have my reasons, but they have nothing to do with you." The Darkstar leader was silent. The person who caught him was Han Xiao, and the person who completed his ideals was also Han Xiao. His feelings were extremely complicated and tangled. In the end, all the tangled feelings turned into a calm relief in the face of fate. It turned into a sincere thank you. Thank you. Han Xiao was a little surprised. He nodded and did not say anything. At this point, he felt that there was nothing more to talk about. He turned around and was about to leave the cell. At this time, the Darkstar leader suddenly spoke. "Please wait a moment. I have one last request, and it is also my only request." Han Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned around in confusion. "What else do you want to say?" The Darkstar leader slowly said, "You rose to power in just 10 years. I have studied all your achievements, and I think that you have the bloodline of a warrior race. You can absorb a part of the opponent's abilities by killing them. That is why your strength improved so quickly." So? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This was not a secret, and he had never thought of hiding it. Those who were observant would naturally discover it. However, no one knew that it was because of the player interface. They would only attribute it to his talent. The Darkstar leader took a deep breath. "Rather than being executed by God-Aura, I would rather die in your hands. You are more qualified to judge me than them. Furthermore," the Darkstar leader's tone was relieved. "This is the only thing I can give in return." Han Xiao was shocked. A notification suddenly popped up on the interface. You have triggered the unique hidden mission, Dark Star Leader's Final Wish. Mission Introduction. You have destroyed the Dark Star, but you have also completed the mission of the Dark Star. The Dark Star Leader wishes to die in your hands and offer his abilities to you. Mission requirements. Kill the Dark Star Leader. A hidden mission. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had once received a mission to defeat the Germinal organization leader, and the reward was also 2 abilities. He had obtained a molding talent from it, and that was how he had started the path to becoming a boss. The Dark Star Leader was also a boss of a main storyline. This unique mission was a pleasant surprise of this trip, and it made his heart pound. Han Xiao looked at him deeply. He raised his right hand, and more than 10 lightning chain-like mechanical force shot out from his palm. They disappeared into the void and connected to the blacklight stealth warehouse far away at the dock. He then apostolized the powerful mechanical soldiers in the warehouse. An endless stream of energy flowed into Han Xiao's body through the mechanical force connection. His energy rank rose steadily, and his aura seemed to have solidified. Psionic energy bubbles appeared from his palm, highly compressed, and exuding a terrifying energy. I promise you, Han Xiao said with a deep voice. The Dark Star Leader let out a deep breath, dispelled the remaining energy defense in his body, and slowly closed his eyes. Outside the cell, the warden was pacing back and forth, waiting for Han Xiao to come out. At this time, a violent explosion suddenly came from the cell, and the entire prison seemed to shake. Boom! The warden was the closest, and his ears were almost deafened. His expression changed drastically, and he thought that an accident had happened. He hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellency Blackstar, what happened to you?" He called out to Han Xiao while opening the cell door. The moment the cell door was opened, he saw the situation inside, and his shout was stuck in his throat. He saw broken limbs all over the floor, and the ground and walls were covered in blood and flesh. It was as if someone had exploded from the inside out. Han Xiao had a psionic shield in front of him, and the blood did not stain his body. A head was rolling on the ground. The warden took a closer look, and it was the Dark Star Leader. You. The warden was shocked. He begged me to kill him. Since you want to execute him anyway, let me do it for you. Han Xiao deactivated his psionic shield, glanced at the warden, and walked out of the cell, leaving the warden in a daze. The Dark Star Leader was an important prisoner. Looking at the blood all over the floor, the warden did not know what to do. He asked his adjutant to receive Han Xiao on his behalf, and he endured the discomfort and hurriedly reported to his superiors. The warden thought that he was going to be unlucky this time, but when his superiors heard that it was Han Xiao who did it, they did not have any intention of pursuing the matter. With Han Xiao's current position in Godora, killing a death row prisoner was not a problem at all. Strength was privilege. Moreover, the Dark Star Leader was Han Xiao's trophy, and Godora was not so pedantic. They would not destroy their good relationship with Han Xiao over such a small matter. It could be said that in Godora, Han Xiao could almost do whatever he wanted. The warden was secretly shocked by Han Xiao's influence. Afraid that his actions just now would make Han Xiao unhappy, he hurriedly rushed back to the dock and made it in time for the last journey. He sent Han Xiao onto the spaceship and watched him leave the prison. Han Xiao set the spaceship on autopilot, then went to the training room, opened the interface to check the mission, and received the reward. You have completed Dark Star Leader's Final Wish. You have received 15,000 EXP. You have received 1 random reward. Han Xiao nodded. His current level was too high. Although 150 million EXP was not a small amount, it was just a drop in the ocean. He stored the random reward as usual. Now, there were a total of 3 random reward chances on the interface. He was very confident in his luck, so he planned to store them up and wait until he completed the Bloodline mission. The mission completion card was not a rare reward, and he might not need to touch Ding to get one. The final reward was the highlight. You have received a reward, draw 2 abilities, skills talents, of the leader of the Dark Star organization. Tip: the leader of the Dark Star organization is a mage. Some of the abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as the reward 1. Advanced free element affinity, talent, plus 80% energy recovery speed. 2. Esoteric training, talent. Your mind has traveled through 100 secondary dimensions and been baptized by space-time. Plus 20% mental resistance, plus 10% MYS, plus 5% INT. 3. Esoteric vision, ability, plus 25% MYS. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Cost, 450 energy. 4. Painful vengeance, ability. You can use pain to stimulate the potential of your cells and exert strength beyond your limit. Every time you lose 3% of your HP, you can use melee attacks to deal normal damage equivalent to 1.5% of your HP cost, 300 energy. The average quality of the abilities drawn this time is not bad. Han Xiao nodded. The spells of mags were driven by magic and were not compatible with those of mechanics. Therefore, most of the spells could not be drawn. Only a small portion of the abilities could be adjusted and turned into a universal ability. This way, he could eliminate a large number of low-level spells of the Darkstar leader and increase the chances of drawing a good ability. Chapter 703. Mystic Vision was of little use, and Advanced Free Elemental Affinity was not of much use either. Getting hit to recover mana was the way to go, and the efficiency was much higher than this talent. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not lack mana due to apostolization. Esoteric refinement definitely increased his mental resistance and intelligence, but it was a pity that the increase was too small. In terms of mental resistance, he had advanced mental fortitude. After apostolization, he could absorb energy to recover his mana. In terms of intelligence, he had research theory and battlefield rationality, could increase his intelligence by up to 15%. Other than that, he also had the large Medal of Honor, won against 10,000 men, and while esoteric refinement was all round, the increase was average. Han Xiao felt that the last two abilities were more interesting. Painful vengeance matched his tankiness perfectly. Every 3% of his health would be dealt damage equivalent to 1.5% of his health, which was equivalent to having an additional damage counter effect. It did not seem like much, but he had a terrifying recovery ability. His current health was around 200,000. If the enemy dealt him 300% damage, Painful Vengeance would trigger 100 times, dealing around 300,000 damage in total. Even if the damage was reduced by the enemy's resistance, it would still be a decent amount of damage. Furthermore, his health would continue to increase as he leveled up. Han Xiao felt that this ability should be the modified form of the Chain of Pain. While it could only be triggered in close combat, it was perfect for dealing with those with sudden attacks. After all, the risk of shoot at me was not small, and it might not be able to control the enemy. With a damage counter effect, it would at least make the enemy wary. Among the Calamity grade supers, Han Xiao's strength was already at the peak. He had no choice but to consider a Beyond Grade A battle. With the attack power of a Beyond Grade A, he did not have to worry about his health dropping slowly. He could stack the thickest armor and take the most vicious hits. With a damage counter skill, he could increase the benefits of taking a beating. Furthermore, after obtaining the apostolization ability, his close combat strength increased as well. He could use it as one of his normal combat modes again, and there would definitely be a chance to trigger Painful Vengeance. Han Xiao had always wanted to give up on taking a beating, but he helplessly realized that he would not be able to escape the fate of being a main tank. Taking a beating was still the most worthwhile. What made his eyes light up was the luck curse. He believed that this was the most valuable ability in this reward. Originally, this was a mutually destructive skill. Both the target and the user's luck would be reduced by 90%. However, with his pitiful luck quantifier, it didn't matter whether it was reduced or not. Could it be reduced to 0? Han Xiao did not believe that there was anyone with lower luck than him. He was very confident in this aspect. It's not that I'm targeting anyone, but in terms of luck, everyone here is lucky, and only I'm the younger brother. Han Xiao took a fancy to the luck curse at first glance. It had no negative effects, but it could greatly weaken the opponent's luck. Wasn't this just pulling the enemy to the same level as himself and then using his rich experience to defeat him? She was simply a perfect match for him. Perfect. The corners of Han Xiao's mouth curled up slightly as he confirmed the option. You have received painful revenge. You have received luck curse. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a while, Han Xiao opened his eyes and exhaled. He was in a good mood. The Dark Star leader gave me 2 decent abilities. Indeed, an honest man like me will always have good karma. Han Xiao rubbed his hands and chuckled. His face was not red at all. After a long period of accumulation, he had already formed a powerful combat system that could sweep through calamity grades. However, he did not become arrogant because of this. He knew better than anyone that all beyond grade as were abnormal. Ordinary people would never be able to become beyond grade as. Every one of them was a boss among bosses. His system was far from the most abnormal among the beyond grade as. For example, Escod was almost omnipotent, Thousand Shadows' ability was extremely strange, Aim's force field could both attack and defend, and the Tyrant could pierce through a star with his body, not to mention the famous Mecha Empire. The biggest characteristic of his current combat system was that it could take a beating and not die. It still needed to be perfected. Next, as long as I wait for the Bloodline mission to be completed, I can try to accumulate mission completion cards. 7 years is plenty of time. As long as I complete the level 200 promotion, I'll be able to spend all the experience I accumulated in version 2.0 and turn it all into true combat strength, Han Xiao pondered. Yesterday, under the supervision of the Amethyst civilization, the God Aura discrimination transformation campaign came to a successful end. Serbia V gave an important speech on this matter. He believes that both pureblood and mixed blood should adhere to the principle of the God Aura community and not cut each other off because of bloodlines. In the future, there should be no distinction between each other and work together to build God Aura and fight for the civilization. According to insiders, Serbia V faced all kinds of obstacles during the transformation process, and his reputation fell to the bottom. Fortunately, after this project was completed, his achievements were finally recognized, and his support rate rose to the top. The Amethyst civilization believes that in the long history of God Aura, Serbia V is undoubtedly one of the most courageous leaders. Alright, that's the Garten star system express for today. Let's beep. Serbia V turned off the virtual screen and looked at Han Xiao and Rosalind across the guest table with a smug expression. The plan is finally completed. Thank you very much for your help. Rosalind smiled reservedly and took a sip of Ghidorah's specialty drink. She had a nonchalant attitude that said this is nothing. Han Xiao, who was at the side, almost wanted to give her a thumbs up. What an expert. She is so good at acting cool. She is so good at it. Every wrinkle on Serbia V's face seemed to be grinning. He could be said to be very proud of himself. After solving the problem that had plagued God Aura for many years, he could predict that he would definitely leave his name in history and be written in the textbooks as a hero of God Aura. This could be said to be his greatest achievement. After all, as the saying went, great people who were not written in the textbooks did not have souls, and this opportunity was given to him by Black Star in front of him. Serbia V could not be more grateful. As for the return, let's follow the agreement we made at the beginning. First, a large amount of money and resources. Second, more channels to purchase resources. Third, more mining rights to resource planets. We will provide the equipment and manpower. Fourth, the right to borrow the military factories. Use Ghidorah's military factories to mass-produce spaceships for the Black Star Corps. Fifth, the right to transfer technical personnel to train professionals for you. Lastly, political support. Serbia V said one by one. No problem. Han Xiao listened carefully with a serious face. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. These were all the conditions that had been discussed. As for resources and money, he did not care too much about them now that he had a lot of mines at home. The main thing was that the right to borrow the military factories and transfer technical personnel were not bad. The productivity of a star system civilization was not to be underestimated. Borrowing their hundreds of large military factories all over the star system to produce spaceships was very efficient. Transferring technical personnel could also help the Black Star Corps cultivate exclusive research talents, which was beneficial for long-term development. However, compared to the rewards, Han Xiao still valued the Bloodline mission the most. No one had completed it in his previous life, and it was also the first Grade S mission that he had completed. The Bloodline mission on the interface flashed and showed completed. Han Xiao patiently did not check the interface immediately. He chatted with Serbia V for a while before leaving with Rosalind. After the two of them left, Serbia V stood up and looked at the clear sky outside the window, thinking about the bright future. At the same time, Rudy's mood was the same as Serbia V's. He was full of anticipation for the future. The changes in his life were very obvious. After the discrimination transformation campaign, he realized that when he walked on the streets, there was no longer the cold and distant discrimination. His colleagues became friendly, and his wife's family became more friendly. His boss gave him important jobs and seemed to have the intention of putting him in an important position. His child was no longer a silent person in school and had made many new friends. Everything was getting better. His passion for life was reignited. Thank you, Serbia V. Thank you, Amethyst Civilization. Thank you, Black Star, who captured the leader of Dark Star. Rudy was grateful. Han Xiao boarded the spaceship with Rosalind and embarked on the return journey. After entering hyperdrive mode, Han Xiao was about to go to the training room to check the rewards when Rosalind stopped him with a curious look on her face. Black Star, do you really think that my brainwashing can completely change the Ghidorah's bloodline discrimination and not cause a backlash in the future? How would I know? That's none of my business. Then why do you trust me so much? Rosalind clicked her tongue. Even I am not sure if this plan will work. You don't know the details of my Esper ability, but I feel like you have more confidence than me. I can predict. If I say you can do it, then you can. Han Xiao was in a hurry to settle the rewards, so he was not in the mood to be arrogant with her. He used this tried and tested excuse to brush her off and hurried into the training room, leaving Rosalind behind in deep thought. After closing the door of the training room, Han Xiao could not wait to open the interface and look at the notification of the mission reward again. Bloodline completed. Mission rating B. Good. You have received 125,000 EXP, 3 random rewards, plus 30,000 Ghidorah contribution points, and 10 eternal dungeon crystals, Ghidorah's past. You have received 1 political asset. Wow. 1. 250 million EXP. This is 7 to 8 times more than the Darkstar leader's final mission. This is comparable to the level of the mission rewards in version 5.0. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. This amount of EXP was not considered little to him. The best part was that he was given 3 random reward chances, which was equivalent to completing 3 Grade A missions with high ratings. He was currently in need of accumulating random rewards to draw a mission completion card. The thing about S-rank missions was that there were very few clues. Before the mission was completed, even the reward would not be revealed. This was the first time Han Xiao had learned about the mission reward. Perhaps it was because he had cleared the mission in an evil way, so the mission rating was only good. After all, the foundation of the brainwashing method was not stable. However, if he had to clear the mission using the normal method, Han Xiao would not have been able to do anything. Being able to complete this mission was already a surprise. 30,000 Ghidorah contribution points could be exchanged for a lot of good equipment for players, but it was limited in its use to him. It was better than nothing. The 10 eternal dungeon crystals were good stuff. Eternal meant that they were not one-time consumables and could be used repeatedly. There was a limit to the number of times they could be used per day. Ghidorah's past, Instance Dungeon, level 60 to level 180. The gap was huge, which meant that it was a super large instance dungeon. The rewards would definitely be very generous. Han Xiao had no use for it, but the player guilds would definitely buy these eternal dungeon crystals at all costs. This would mean that the guilds would have a large instance dungeon that could be cleared repeatedly. It could provide a continuous stream of trials for the club's professional players, allowing them to level up faster and have more resources. Although the instance dungeon creation right of the NPC template could create instance dungeons continuously, it could not create eternal dungeon crystals. Moreover, the guilds would definitely want to have their own stable instance dungeons. Rich people liked to buy peace of mind with money. Han Xiao was mainly interested in the EXP of the players. He did not lack money, so it did not matter if he sold it or not. However, using these eternal dungeon crystals as a high-level item in the faction would help attract players. Han Xiao looked at the last reward, 1 political asset. Political asset, 1 God Aura civilization. You are loved by the people of God Aura. When trading with the people of God Aura, you will be able to buy goods at a lower price and sell them at a higher price. God Aura is willing to listen to your requests. You can directly make suggestions to the God Aura government. According to the rationality of the suggestion, the God Aura civilization has a small chance of accepting your suggestion. This is one of the symbols of political influence. Your achievements are praised in the universe. When interacting with certain forces or people, plus 30% favorability. You have valuable EXP plus 30% experience gain in all forms. Note, the condition for the above effects to take effect is to maintain a relationship with God Aura, reverence. It really is this thing. I thought I saw wrongly. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Political asset was similar to legendary points, but it was much rarer. In his previous life, he had only seen screenshots of it on the forums. He looked at the NPC template and saw that his reward limit had increased by 60%. The effect of political asset was much better than legendary point. In his previous life, Han Xiao had also completed S-grade missions, but they were either large-scale missions that involved many people or challenge missions that involved fighting and killing. It was his first time experiencing something as troublesome as bloodline. The benefits of political asset were huge. To Han Xiao, he felt that the most useful effect was the plus 30% favorability and experience gain. As long as he met the triggering conditions of political asset, he would be able to enjoy the bonus forever. These two effects were also applicable to players. It was very troublesome to obtain political asset, and it required a lot of time to complete a lot of miscellaneous procedures. However, these two effects were compensatory, and the long-term returns were much higher than the investment. Imagine a player with a bonus of 1 political asset. It was equivalent to him spending the same amount of time doing missions, and his experience gain would be higher than others. His level would always be ahead, and he would have more experience to learn and level up skills. In the long run, the gap between him and others would become bigger and bigger. In his previous life, Han Xiao had seen many guilds fight for political asset for their professional players. Experience is not Aina's, and it is not a physical object. It cannot be traded between players. It says that all forms of experience gain can enjoy the bonus. Then, will the experience I gain from players also enjoy a 30% bonus? Han Xiao was excited. He had the NPC template, and he could gain experience from players through teaching skills. Experience only existed on the interface and did not exist in physical objects. Since there were items like the double experience card, it was not impossible to gain an extra 30% experience out of nowhere. Chapter 704. Putting away the mission reward notification, Han Xiao looked at the random reward chances he had accumulated. Including the bloodline reward, he had a total of 6 chances. 6 chances should be quite high. Since I have enough, let's give it a try. Han Xiao pondered for a while and decided to calculate the random reward. Luck affected the drop rate of all kinds of good items, but the mission completion card was a reward with a lower value. Han Xiao did not want to wait until he returned to the headquarters to touch Fu Ding before drawing the random reward. Drawing. Drawing complete. The reward type you received this time is item. Please choose one from the following 3 rewards. 1. Double EXP card, X2, 2. Blank character summon card, X1, 3. Large EXP crystal, X3, Nothing came out the first time. Han Xiao was used to it and did not change his expression. He looked at it and chose the blank character summon card. He would use it when he played with aims another day. Drawing. Drawing complete. The reward type you received this time is item. Please choose one from the following 3 rewards. 1. Energy Enhancement Halo, Fashion, 2. Random Dungeon Crystal, X1, 3. Esper Ability Awakening Fluid, Normal. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. He had gotten an item reward twice in a row, but he did not get a mission completion card. This was not good. The things I got this time are ordinary. Han Xiao touched his chin with a helpless expression. Sure enough, touching Fu Ding and not touching Fu Ding had a different effect. The lucky halo was really strong, and he really wanted it. Seeing that there was nothing good, Han Xiao chose the Energy Enhancement Special Effect Halo, a cheap halo-type item. Its effect was to strengthen the light effect caused by the release of energy, making the light cannon appear thicker and bigger. It looked scary, but it did not have any practical use. All it had was to make it look cool. Drawing. Drawing complete. The type of reward you received this time is Talent. Please choose one from the following 3 rewards. 1. Golden Ratio Body, plus 3% SDR, plus 3% DEX, plus 3% END, plus 75 CHA2. Electric Eyes, plus 25 CHA, plus 5 LUK3. Sadist, plus 120 MAS, 50 CHA. What the hell is this? Han Xiao's eyes twitched. This was the good thing about having an unlucky face. He could always see strange things. The second and third items were of no use to him. Han Xiao chose Golden Ratio Body. It was better than nothing. He sighed helplessly and began the 4th random reward. Drawing. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Mission Completion Card, X1, 2. Small Experience Crystal, X13, 3. Race Sublimation Option Reorganization Card Fragments, X2. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. After spending 4 random rewards, he finally got a mission completion card. That's it. After choosing the mission completion card, Han Xiao patiently used the remaining 2 random rewards. He got 2 million EXP and a skill, Skull Crusher, which increased critical strike rate by 40% when attacking the enemy's head. Cooldown, 8 seconds. 1 mission completion card after 6 tries. That's fine. At least it solved my urgent need. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he got 1 mission completion card, he would be able to complete the current promotion mission. After completing the promotion mission, he would have used up all the EXP. He was not in a hurry. He still had 7 years to slowly collect more mission completion cards. You have used mission completion card. Self-challenge. Calculating. Calculation complete. Level 200 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. END bonus increase. 1 END equals 145 HP equals 155 stamina. Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It was as if hot lava was pumped out of his body, filling his entire body in an instant. He took a deep breath and felt as if his body was melting, and his cells were undergoing a subtle refinement. The pain lasted for a while before slowly fading away. Han Xiao panted heavily, sweating profusely. However, he looked very energetic, as if he had just gone through a workout. He was full of energy, and his whole body was steaming with heat. His EXP was finally depleted. The EXP that he had accumulated was just a number, and it only had value when it was converted into combat power. The EXP that he had accumulated in version 2.0 was almost completely depleted. After digesting all of it, Han Xiao felt the power surging in his body. This was his current peak state. I've finally spent all my EXP. Han Xiao looked at the notification and realized that his grade bonus had also changed. Once he reached the A rank standard of 10,000 energy rank, he would receive an A rank bonus. After that, the bonus would increase with every 10,000 owner. The original effect was plus 10 END, plus 8 all resistances, plus 10% highest attribute, plus 5% other attributes, plus 30 free attribute points, and plus 5 potential points. After the grade bonus was upgraded, it became plus 15 END, plus 12 all resistances, plus 15% highest attribute points, plus 8% other attributes, plus 80 free attribute points, and plus 10 potential points. More than half of the free attribute points were invested in intelligence, and Han Xiao took out 40 points and invested them in END. Currently, the reward for END was very high, and he had accumulated a large amount of intelligence by investing all his points into intelligence in the early stages. With the bonuses from his various talents, his END was already very high. Furthermore, after the battle with Escod, Han Xiao was quite wary of the attack power of a beyond grade A super, so it was not a loss to invest some points into END. He then browsed through his attribute interface. Total level, 207 main class, mechanic race, void distorter, human form, attributes, 504 SDR, 946 DEX, 1040 END, 2859 INT, 432 MS, 214 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 24 health, 251780 stamina, 209320 energy, 28410, LV12 energy bonus, plus 169 SDR, plus 239 DEX, plus 269 END, plus 336 INT, plus 206 MAS, plus 32520 stamina limit, plus 352% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic induction, energy rank, 24668 grade, A plus grade A bonus, plus 15 END, plus 12 all resistances, plus 15% highest attribute, plus 8% other attributes, plus 80 free attribute points, plus 10 potential points as a mechanic, you're top-notch. As a tank, you're top-notch. Are you really not going to consider abandoning machinery for martial arts? TSK, machinery is the way of the king. Learning martial arts will not save the Chinese. Han Xiao snorted. In order to complete his class advancement, he had spent a total of 3 years. However, from the success of his class advancement to his current promotion, it had been extremely smooth. This promotion was not a race evolution, so the change was not huge. However, his health had increased by a quarter compared to before the promotion. The higher his level, the greater the difference in health. Han Xiao did not dare imagine how tanky the tyrant was. Not only was his defense terrifying, but he also probably had a few million health points. Level 207. I'm even closer to beyond grade A. I've spent all the experience I've accumulated. With the experience level of version 2.0, I might be able to level up 4 or 5 times in 7 years. If I want to level up quickly, I'll have to wait for the players of version 3.0 to return. Han Xiao thought to himself. After the Bloodline mission ended, Han Xiao returned to the headquarters to rest for a few days. Taking advantage of the fact that his holiday was not over yet, he flipped through the employment list of the Army's mercenary department and looked for suitable missions. The news of Black Star going out for missions quickly spread throughout the Colton Star Cluster and shocked many organizations. With Han Xiao's current status, why would he need to personally take on missions? Furthermore, aren't you in a war? Why would you have the time to personally take on missions? Is the secret war so stressful for you? All the employers in the Colton Star Cluster were excited. With Black Star's strength, what missions would he not be able to complete? All of a sudden, the business of the Black Star Corps mercenary department increased by 3 times, all because of Han Xiao. The employers who successfully hired Han Xiao were flattered. Even though they were employers, they treated Han Xiao as if he was their boss, not daring to neglect this person who had the potential to become beyond grade A. Han Xiao's current strength could only be described with one word: reckless. Be it exterminating the rebels, clearing the beasts, or hunting down the galactic pirates, he would directly descend and crush the enemy. The enemy would not even be able to put up a decent resistance. Han Xiao spent more time on the road than fighting, which made people tremble in fear. Because Han Xiao was acting alone, he thought that Klent would use the same trick and send people to assassinate him. However, After doing 7 or 8 missions in a row, nothing happened. Not even a hair of the assassins could be seen. The incident with Darkstar made Klent suffer a huge loss. Now, they were like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bow. Seeing Han Xiao wandering outside alone, a special think tank team immediately started making guesses. With Blackstar's status, there was no need for him to personally take on missions. Therefore, it was obvious, he's trying to lure us to assassinate him. He's definitely trying to replicate what happened to the Darkstar leader and find a chance to push the blame to us. This person is evil. Therefore, the Klents sneered as they watched Han Xiao wandering outside. Humph, his intentions are too obvious. We've seen through him. We definitely won't fall for it. Furthermore, Klent had just suffered a political blow, so they wanted to keep a low profile for a while. Klent could not think of a way to threaten Han Xiao, so they did not intend to assassinate Han Xiao for the time being. This was also one of the reasons. While Han Xiao was doing missions and accumulating random rewards, the various departments of the Blackstar Corps were also developing steadily. They had applied for many technicians from Godora to come to the Blackstar Corps to train special talents. The first investment for Vilna was used up in 3 months. Renaud followed Han Xiao's request and took out 150 million aners for a second investment. At the port of Floating Dragon Island, 1,000 battleships were docked there. They were arranged neatly according to the different battleship models, with 2 huge flagships as the core of the fleet. The galactic pirate spaceships were squeezed to the corner of the dock. They trembled but did not dare to object. This was because the exterior armor of these 1,000 battleships had a common pattern, a light green void dragon head. Below the dragon head was a throne, and a ring surrounded this symbol. This was the symbol of Floating Dragon's second field team. Vilna and a few assistants accompanied Aesop and Jenny at the dock to inspect this team. We now have 1,000 battleships produced by a star system civilization and 300,000 Blackstar troopers. Among them, there are 450 Grade B supers, 240,000 Grade C supers, and the rest are Grade D and below. They are mainly in management, logistics, transportation, and so on. Vilna introduced the current size of Floating Dragon's second field team to the 2 of them. It's only been half a year, and you've already achieved such results. Well done, Aesop praised. It's mainly because of Blackstar's help. It's difficult for me to even earn money by myself, Vilna said. How much did he spend? Jenny asked with a frown. 70 million aners. A few days ago, he invested another 150 million. Vilna swallowed. Even though she was a calamity grade super, she could not help but be stunned by Han Xiao's wealth. He's really willing to spend money. Jenny's brows relaxed. She snorted softly and touched her receding hairline helplessly. The maintenance cost of these troops is about 8.5 million aners a month. Blackstar is paying for it now. This maintenance cost? Vilna asked carefully. It's a little expensive, Jenny said subconsciously. Suddenly, she paused. She suddenly remembered that she had almost never given Han Xiao any funding or maintenance fees. Although the Blackstar Corps was a field team of Floating Dragon, they had always been responsible for their own profits and losses. They even had to give her a portion of their profits every month. Because the Blackstar Corps had almost never asked for funding from Floating Dragon, she rarely thought about it. Only now did she realize that the Blackstar Corps was actually very worry-free. They were so passionate about expanding their business because they wanted to earn maintenance fees. Jenny shook her head and felt that she was really not a good manager. Blackstar helped you build the troops at all costs, Aesop said. It seems like he has made up his mind. Vilna, you have to think of a way to create income for this army. In the future, the maintenance cost of this army will be borne by us. We don't need too many field teams, or the cost will be too high. You can't just accept Blackstar's funding. You don't have his ability to earn money, so you have to learn to control the scale. Oh, okay. Vilna hurriedly nodded. Jenny, who had been silent for a while, sighed. She could not help but say something from the bottom of her heart. Blackstar is really a rare talent. Aesop nodded, indicating that he agreed. He paused for a while before helplessly adding. It's a pity that he grew too quickly. A person with such talent will not serve others forever. Chapter 705. As Aesop, Vilna, and Jenny were chatting, a spaceship that the three of them could not be more familiar with came from afar. It was Han Xiao's blacklight stealth. Why is he back? The three of them were stunned. They were just talking about Han Xiao and Blackstar, and Blackstar was already here? The blacklight stealth squeezed into the dock of floating Dragon Island. The hatch opened, and Han Xiao landed on the ground. He glanced at the galactic pirates trembling like quails in the corner of the dock and curled his lips. He then saw Aesop and the others and walked over to greet them. "Yo, you're all here. Why are you back?" Jenny snorted. "I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you, especially that mesmerizing hairline of yours. It makes me think about it day and night. I can't even sleep well. By the way, do you have time to sleep recently?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. After being together for so long, he knew Jenny's G-spot very well and knew how to make her angry. "You're such an asshole." Jenny clenched her teeth. She did not want to talk to Han Xiao anymore. She turned around and stomped on the ground as if the ground was Han Xiao's face. She wanted to poke a hole in floating Dragon Island with her heels. After watching Jenny leave, Han Xiao then looked at Vilna. "What were you guys doing just now?" We were inspecting the second field team." Vilna stuttered, her face blushing. This team was built with Han Xiao's money. Aesop had just told her that this was a sign that Han Xiao had made up his mind to leave. Now that the main character had suddenly appeared, she felt uneasy and nervous as if she had been caught red-handed. Aesop had been through a lot, so he was not embarrassed at all. He changed the topic and said, "Are you looking for Ames? She doesn't know you're back. She should be training her Esper ability in the palace now. Go find her." Han Xiao nodded and rubbed Vilna's head. Seeing that her face was so red that it was almost burning, he left with satisfaction. Although Vilna was a calamity grade, this girl was too soft and cute. Han Xiao could not help but want to rub her head and tease her every time he saw her. After all, she was his future successor, so he did not hold back. He had just finished a mission, and floating Dragon Island happened to be nearby. He decided to take a look around and use the blank character summon card to record Ames's ability. On the way to the palace, Han Xiao met Hyla and Aurora, and his eyes sparkled. Hela was wearing a tight red combat suit made of high-strength nanofiber material. Compared to 3 years ago, her breasts were bigger, and her figure was hotter. Her appearance and temperament were getting closer and closer to the goddess of death in Han Xiao's previous life. She was very cold and indifferent. Her cold and seductive face had a contrast of seductive charm. Aurora had also grown a lot taller. Her bone structure was still smaller than Hela's, but the amount of milk they had was about the same. It was obvious that she had developed her Esper ability very well. Her skin was white and tender, and she was full of energy. Clearly, she had overnourished herself. The two of them had sweat all over their foreheads. They were walking out of the palace as if they had just finished a training session. Seeing Han Xiao, the two of them stopped at the same time. "Wow, are you here to see us?" Aurora was pleasantly surprised. She jumped into Han Xiao's arms and kept twisting. Hela's eyes twitched, and she slowly walked over. All right, you're big enough." Han Xiao hurriedly pushed Aurora's head away and sized the two of them up with a gratified expression. "Looks like you two have trained well under Ames." The Esper ability potential of the two sisters had reached grade S, and their growth was very fast. The energy waves they emitted had reached grade B standard. Hela's was more powerful, and Han Xiao estimated that Hela's energy rank was around 6,000. In the original storyline of version 3.0, she reached the calamity grade. Although she has not increased her strength through slaughter, with her potential and hard work, the chances of her reaching the calamity grade in the next 7 years are quite high. Han Xiao paused for a moment, and he rubbed Aurora's head while asking Hela, "When you reach the calamity grade, come back and help me." With the battle records from his previous life as a foundation, Hyla's combat strength would definitely not be weak. When she reached grade A, She would definitely become a capable assistant. Furthermore, Aurora's healing ability was astonishing. With such a powerful healer, he would be able to effectively reduce the casualties of the officers. Okay. Hela nodded. This time, her answer was very decisive, without the slightest bit of arrogance. I thought you would hesitate for a while. After all, it's very safe here with Ames. Haven't you always prioritized safety? Hela was expressionless. This is what we agreed on in the first place. When I reach the calamity grade, I will naturally be able to protect Aurora. We can't always stay in one place. Since we're in the universe, of course we have to see every corner of the world. Furthermore, she has a certain level of ability to protect herself. Han Xiao sized Hela up and said, "Why do I feel like you don't mean what you say?" Hela turned her face away. She trained hard not only to protect Aurora in the more dangerous galaxy but also to obtain the qualifications to help Han Xiao as soon as possible to repay his kindness. She had a strong personality, and she would definitely repay what she owed others. Furthermore, working for Han Xiao meant that she could see him often. Cultivating on Floating Dragon Island meant that she could only see Han Xiao once in a while. She missed him quite a bit. Are you here to look for Her Excellency Dragon Emperor? Hela asked. Yes. She should be in the garden. Go and look for her. Hela lowered her eyes. Han Xiao was about to walk into the palace when Hela suddenly called out to him from behind. She could not help but ask, "How strong have you become?" She had not reached Han Xiao's level yet. All the news was exaggerated, so she had always been curious about Han Xiao's true strength. I can probably beat 100,000 of you even if I give you a handicap of 2 hands. Han Xiao smiled. Hela clenched her teeth in secret. She had known Han Xiao the longest, but now, she could not even catch up to Han Xiao's footsteps. Her competitive spirit was stimulated again. Arriving at the garden, Ames was floating in the air, looking at a dim star in the sky with her hands behind her back. Hearing the footsteps, she looked down and slowly landed in front of Han Xiao. Her soft long hair and thin black dress fluttered in the wind. "You're back, Black Star." Ames smiled and praised. "I heard about you funding the second field team. You did very well. It's easy to do anything with money." Han Xiao chuckled and secretly used the blank character card on Ames. A new character card was instantly formed, becoming Ames's character summon card. "Why did you come back to find me?" Ames blinked. "Can't I come back to see you if I don't have anything?" Han Xiao naturally would not say it was for the blank character card. Ames suddenly sighed. "You're becoming less and less reserved in front of me. Isn't that because we're very familiar with each other?" Han Xiao laughed. "Is that all?" Ames stared into Han Xiao's eyes and smiled faintly. Black Star was getting stronger and stronger, and his status was constantly increasing. The gap between the two of them was rapidly shrinking. Black Star was becoming more and more casual when facing her, no longer calling himself a subordinate. Instead, it was more like an equal. As this thought flashed through her mind, Ames suddenly said, "How long has it been since the last time I visited your territory?" Han Xiao was stunned. He thought for a while and said, "A few years." "Why?" The last time Ames visited the Black Star Corps was when version 2.0 had just started. It was at that time that she took in the Hela sisters as her students. It's only been a few years, and your organization has grown to this extent. Black Star, bring me to your territory again. Ames tilted her head, and there was a smile in her eyes that Han Xiao could not understand. Han Xiao was a little surprised, but he was also used to Ames's casual personality. After thinking for a while, it seemed like there was no reason to reject her. He felt that Ames was most likely thinking of doing something because she was too bored, so he nodded. "Okay, since you want to be the leader for an inspection, I'll accompany you. It just so happens that I'm on vacation recently. How about we go to the Black Star Corps headquarters?" "Okay, you decide." Ames smiled. The two of them left immediately. Aesop was still inspecting the troops at the dock and did not leave. When he saw that Han Xiao had only left for a short while before he took Ames away with him, he had a helpless expression on his face. Planet Golden Gate's outer space orbit, the Black Star Corps headquarters satellite. The Blacklight stealth returned to the headquarters, and the two of them alighted from the spaceship. Han Xiao brought Ames to tour the various areas of the headquarters. On the way, the Black Star Corps members who passed by all looked at them strangely. The rumors of the two of them splitting up had never disappeared. Seeing their commander appear together with Ames, many of them felt weird. At the moment, Ames was still the boss of the Black Star Corps, and it seemed like she was here for an inspection. Along the way, Han Xiao introduced the various areas, and Ames listened quietly. Very soon, they finished touring the entire headquarters and finally arrived at Han Xiao's office. At this time, all the officers of the Black Star Corps had been summoned by Han Xiao to meet Ames in the office and be inspected. The moment Ames entered, the officers of the Black Star Corps stood up and nodded to show their respect to a beyond Grade A super. Ames looked around and saw Hurless and the others. She smiled and said, "I still remember the few of you. You're all Black Star's old subordinates. You're called Hurless, right?" Ames came before Hurless and nodded with a smile. "I can see your potential. You should be able to reach the Calamity grade." Hurless was overjoyed. He had been troubled by this matter for a long time, and now he felt much more relaxed. He trusted the judgment of a beyond Grade A super. Ames then came before Arosha. Seeing that she was still so cold, she smiled and did not say anything. She then moved to Sylvia and patted Sylvia's head. "What a smart child. I feel that you have the potential to become a Calamity grade super too." Sylvia's eyes widened, and she felt weird. She always felt that Ames seemed to like guessing the potential of others. She did not know if it was her strange hobby. Ames stopped in front of each officer for a while and said a few words. The reactions of each officer were different. Fu Ding smiled gently, Harmon was confused, Reynold was serious, Rosalind was neither servile nor overbearing, and Carnby, Marion, and Mrs. Sek, the three Calamity grade supers who had come to join them, were trembling with excitement. Finally, she came before Lagi. Ames looked at him a few more times and said, "I didn't expect you to be the Forbidden Sorcerer Commander under Austin." "Sigh, what's the use of that? Didn't I still get fired?" Lagi sighed. He was used to seeing beyond grade as, so his attitude was the most casual among all the officers. It was obvious that he was a salted fish that had seen the world. Ames smiled and returned to Han Xiao's side. She had just inspected the officers, and none of them spoke. Their auras were all suppressed by Ames. "All right, Black Star, I'm going back." "You're leaving just like that?" Han Xiao was stunned. She had come all the way here to take a look. Wasn't she going to stay for a few days? "I've already seen what I wanted to see." Ames shook her head. The rise of the Black Star Corps was too fast. Observing the Black Star Corps was equivalent to observing Han Xiao's ambition. She had already figured out what she wanted to know and had an answer in her heart. "Maybe. I'm really not suitable to be his leader." Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he understood something. He sighed and had no choice but to disperse the officers and return to the dock with Ames. The two of them remained silent along the way. "Give me a spaceship, and I'll go back myself." "You don't have to make another trip," Ames said. "Okay, I'll get someone to arrange it." Han Xiao called the person in charge of the dock over and asked him to bring a spare spaceship over. The two of them waited for the spaceship at the dock. Ames suddenly spoke without even turning her head. "A few years ago, you informed me that you were going to participate in the secret war, but you didn't ask me for help. Why didn't you do that?" Han Xiao coughed and said, "Your identity is sensitive and not suitable to participate in the secret war. I informed you before, and you didn't stop me, so I took it as your silent consent. At that time, you didn't express any intention of interfering, so I didn't ask you for help." "But why didn't you try? What does that mean?" Han Xiao frowned. He could only see the back of Ames' head. She still did not turn around, so he could only change the topic. "A few years ago, when I was ambushed by Clent, I asked you for help, but you didn't agree." Han Xiao was talking about the third round of the Prey mission. He had asked for Ames' help but was rejected. "If you insisted at that time, I would still have agreed." If you insisted on asking me to join the secret war, I might not have rejected, although I don't like to get involved in these things, Ames said calmly. Han Xiao could not see her face, so he could only analyze from her tone. You mean, you want to interfere in the secret war? You don't need me anymore. Ames paused, changed the topic, and said calmly, from the first day I met you, I've never seen you stop. Why? Are you playing riddles with me? When did you become so confusing? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He thought for a while and said helplessly, it's not time to stop yet. You have the ability to stop, but I don't. What are you afraid of? Han Xiao's eyes moved slightly, but he did not answer. At this time, a spaceship finally stopped in front of Ames. The cabin door opened, and the gangway was lowered, inviting her to board. Ames stretched lazily, and her clothes tightened, outlining her beautiful waist. She sighed and said softly, I hope that you'll be willing to stop one day and look at the scenery along the way. No matter how big this universe is, there's an end to it, but ambition is endless. Then, she walked up the gangway, closed the cabin door, and blocked Han Xiao's view. She did not turn back, and her expression could not be seen. After watching the spaceship leave the orbit and turn into a stream of light that disappeared into the horizon, Han Xiao finally retracted his gaze, exhaled, and rubbed his temples. He felt that the current Ames had changed. Her temper was becoming more and more erratic. When did she start to change? Han Xiao pondered. The Red Empire and the Radiant Federation were fighting, and their influence spread across the entire galaxy. The various star fields were affected by the Crimson Tide, and chaos was brewing. The various star clusters in the shattered star ring were also having battles of varying sizes. The Crimson Tide swept across the entire galaxy. In comparison, the chaos in the shattered star ring was only the tip of the iceberg. The situation of the secret war was many times more complicated than in Han Xiao's previous life. There were even more participants, and there were even many accidents that did not happen before. However, on the whole, Bloodshed Land and Section 0 were still evenly matched. Scenes of ion cannons, battleships being destroyed, and supers slaughtering each other happened one after another. Countless battles, negotiations, assassinations, looting, and betrayals took place one after another. War was also an opportunity. No one fought for the sake of fighting. The Black Star core absorbed nutrients from it and expanded steadily. Han Xiao was active in the secret war and became the brightest star on this stage. The situation was like a river that could never be stopped or reversed. The secret war between Purple Crystal and Clent in the Shattered Star Ring also became more and more intense in this chaos that affected the entire universe. Chapter 706. Galaxy Calendar, Year 704, 17th of July. Black Star Core Headquarters. Dang dang dang, in the bright alloy corridor, a tall silhouette with long hair down to her waist was walking leisurely. Her alloy combat boots made sonorous footsteps as they stepped on the ground. She was wearing a female light armor type mech with purple edges that only covered her vital parts. It was lined with a pitch-black high-strength nanofiber technology bodysuit that showed off her graceful figure. Her waist twisted as she walked. The surface of the black bodysuit gradually lit up with blue-green matrix patterns following the movement of her muscles. The patterns were especially dense around her waist. A few soldiers of the Black Star Army walked out from the corner, wearing the same Black Star standard armor. When they saw this woman from afar, their faces turned solemn, and they stood up straight to salute her. Your Excellency Chief Administrative Officer. Her footsteps paused, and a polite smile appeared on her beautiful face. It was like 100 flowers blooming, radiating light in all directions, making the hearts of the few people palpitate. After she walked far away, the few of them came back to their senses. So beautiful, as expected of the #1 beauty of the Black Star Corps, if only she would like me. Dream on. Her Excellency Sylvia is a Calamity-grade super and the chief apprentice of the army commander. How could she like you? The ears of the woman who had walked far away moved slightly. Hearing their conversation, a look of helplessness appeared in her eyes. It was Sylvia. Over the past 7 years, she had worked hard to cultivate, struggling to survive. After many hardships, suffering, the potential hidden deep in her genes had been squeezed out, and she had finally achieved what she should have achieved in version 3.0 of his previous life, stepping into the Calamity grade. With her strength and fame, she became the Chief Administrative Officer of the Black Star Corps. At the same time, she could also say that she was the Chief Apprentice of the Black Star Corps. Others would no longer joke about this title and would acknowledge it. A Calamity grade super had a long lifespan, and the 7 years had carved out a beautiful face for Sylvia. She had completely matured. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she was a natural beauty that could score 9.5 out of 10. She was beautiful, strong, and had a high status. Sylvia was sought after by many men in the Black Star Corps. In terms of popularity, among all the officers, her popularity in the Black Star Corps was only second to Fu Ding. Sylvia walked all the way to the platform at the top of the base. This was the highest altitude of the Black Star headquarters, and it was surrounded by the starry space. When she raised her head, she could see planet Golden Gate right in front of her. It was as though there was a massive planet hanging upside down in the sky, occupying a large portion of the sky. At this moment, many officers were standing on the platform, and they all turned to look at her. Sylvia glanced around. Basically, all the core members of the army with important positions were here. Vice Captain Lagi, Logistics Manager Reynold, Fleet Commander Hurles, Head of Culture Instructor Rosalind, and so on. There were more than 20 of them, including 15 Calamity-grade supers. Everyone's here. How's the preparation I asked you to do? A deep male voice sounded. Sylvia looked over and saw a tall figure standing at the edge of the platform. He was wearing a special black suit made of nanomaterials, and his back was facing everyone. He was looking up at Planet Golden Gate. It was Han Xiao. According to your instructions, everything is ready. Sylvia nodded. Very good. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao turned around. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Compared to 7 years ago, his appearance had not changed much, and he still looked young. However, he had lived for 7 years, and he was already a man in his 40s. The wrinkles were not carved on his face but on his heart. Although he was still as handsome as before, his temperament had become more mature and mature. The officers present had a deep understanding of his changes. If the Han Xiao from 7 years ago was like a ferocious tiger with a threatening aura, after 7 years of settling down, his reputation had already stabilized. At this moment, the feeling that the Han Xiao gave them was like that of a majestic lion. Just looking at him was enough to make everyone other than Lagi feel pressured. Today was the opening day of version 3.0, and Han Xiao had been waiting for this day for a very long time. It's been 10 years, Han Xiao sighed in his heart. To the players, this was just a background introduction, but he had indeed lived through these 10 years. For the opening day of the new version, he had made many preparations in advance. At this moment, the officers present were there to personally report the progress of these preparations. However, they were only following Han Xiao's instructions and did not know the reason. The events of version 3.0 this time were quite different from the original storyline in Han Xiao's previous life. In the past 7 years, the secret war had become more and more intense. Due to Han Xiao's actions, Klent was not as strong as in the original storyline, and Section 0 and Bloodshed Land were not as passive as before. Both sides had entered the most intense phase in advance. The battlefield was not just West Wind, Kaya, and Cheda. 2 new star systems were affected by the flames of war. The Secret War was one of the main storyline missions of version 3.0 in the Shattered Star Ring. Due to Han Xiao's participation, the Secret War was more complicated than in Han Xiao's previous life, and there were more organizations secretly participating in the war. When the players returned, the Secret War that had been modified by Han Xiao would be one of the main storyline missions of version 3.0. In the past 7 years, the business structure of the Black Star Corps had stabilized, and they had successfully gained a foothold in the various star systems. Their forces were spread all over the Colton star cluster, and they had more than 500 satellite bases, 300,000 battleships, more than 100 million members, and more than 10 billion assets. They were already a colossal force. With such a huge scale, it was more than enough to support more than 1 million players. Furthermore, version 3.0 was the peak period for new players, and with the good results of the second Galaxy Pro League, there would definitely be more new players in China. The Black Star Corps had more than enough ability to nurture a large number of new players. The 7 years of war had provided Han Xiao with an endless amount of experience, allowing him to reach level 211. It was indeed a little difficult for the experience level of version 2.0 to provide for him to level up at such a late stage. The return of the players in version 3.0 was another opportunity for him to level up quickly, and Han Xiao had been waiting anxiously. He had taken out more than 100 missions in the past 7 years and accumulated a batch of mission completion cards, all for the sake of leveling up. Han Xiao's preparation in the past 7 years was equivalent to sharpening his scythe. It could be said that everything was ready, and he only lacked leaks. Version 3.0 activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forums opened. Welcome to Galaxy version 3.0, Crimson Tide. It had finally begun. In version 3.0, the strength of the players would change from quantity to quality. The difference between 1 million grade C supers and 1 million grade B supers was like heaven and earth. This version is the era where the Black Star Corps will truly rise. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and waved his hands. Send out all the spaceships. At the same time, on planet Golden Gate. Due to the relocation of the Black Star Corps headquarters, the Black Star Base No. 1 on planet Golden Gate had been modified into a base on the surface. There were not many people guarding the base, and it was extremely empty. All of a sudden, countless white lights flashed, and the figures of the players appeared one after another. The empty base instantly became crowded, and the quiet base suddenly became lively. Haha, we can finally go online. The new version Lei. Crimson Tide. Why is the name of this version so weird? You're done for. We can't even take off our pants. Bad review. A male player was enraged. Wow, it's already the 3rd version, and the pants stripping gang is still alive. The person beside him was shocked. The pants stripping gang has always been guarding the base and has never left. Long Sky is awesome. Hao Tian is awesome. There were also people who were still immersed in the second Galaxy Pro League that had just ended. In the base, more than 100,000 players were in high spirits, and it was as noisy as a market. Before the version update, all the players had gathered in the various bases to go offline. Base number 1 had the most players, and there were more than 100,000 of them. Mad Blade was the first to go online. After the end of the second Galaxy Pro League, he had a good time to relax. As a professional player, he could not fall behind during the opening of the new version. Thus, all the professional players went online as soon as possible. Mad Blade, Hao Tian, King Admiral, Li Ji, and the others went online at base number 1 and gathered together. The habit of the professional players was to check the changes on the interface first. There are no changes to the attributes and skills, but the level cap has increased. Looks like the level cap in version 3.0 is 120, Hao Tian said with a deep voice. The faction is still there. That's great. The Black Star Corps is still alive. Mad Blade heaved a sigh of relief, and so did the others. The Black Star Corps was still around, which meant that the faction contribution points they had accumulated in the previous version would not go to waste. Their efforts were not wasted. After quickly checking their attributes, the professional players were relieved. At this time, the other players were almost done with their excitement, and they started to get down to business. The players had gone through 2 versions of the game and now had experience. When the new version was released, the most important thing was to find out what had changed in the world. Including the professional players, all the players in the base took out their communicators and opened the calendar to see how long it had been since the new version was released. When they saw the date, everyone was shocked. What the F***ck? A whole 10 years. That's way too long. Did the NPCs in the previous version forget about us? I remember that version 1.0 and version 2.0 0 were only about a year apart. How did it suddenly increase tenfold? So terrifying, so terrifying. Could it be related to the main storyline of this version? It took 10 years to form the main storyline. I remember that before the update, there was a video by Pork Bun where Black Star personally revealed the existence of the Red Empire. Pork Bun analyzed that version 3.0 was very likely related to the Red Empire. Could that be how the name Red Tide came about? A full 10 years had passed since the previous version. This discovery shocked the players completely. This was the longest time span for an update. Everyone was talking among themselves. At the same time, they looked around the base, wanting to see what had changed in the base after 10 years. Very soon, everyone noticed that something was wrong. In the previous version, this base was the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. There were many mercenary NPCs coming and going, but now it was deserted. Not a single NPC could be seen. It was as if the building was empty. Could something have happened to the Black Star Corps? Someone opened the interface of the Mercenary Alliance, only to find that the Black Star Corps mercenary resume had disappeared. The Black Star Corps could not be found in the search engine. Then, everyone wanted to open the subprogram of the Black Star Corps, but a prompt appeared. The version is too old. Insufficient permissions. Please refresh the registration information. In the past 10 years, Philip's subprogram had been updated countless times. The player's subprogram could no longer be used. They had to obtain the authorization of the Black Star Corps and register again before they could use it. This discovery spread like wildfire, and many people's hearts were in suspense. Almost all of the Chinese players were in the Black Star Corps, and the Black Star Corps had already become their own faction. The players were eager to know what had happened to the Black Star Corps when they weren't around. Let's go out and take a look. Mad Blade was the most anxious. He hurriedly walked out of the base, and the professional players followed behind him. With someone taking the lead, the hundreds of thousands of players walked out of the base. When they left the base, they realized that there were no obstructions along the way. After walking out of the base, the players turned around to take a look. They realized that base number 1 had shrunk significantly, as though it had been modified. Many areas had been demolished, and it appeared to be in a state of decline. When Mad Blade and the others saw this, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Outside the base was a street in a certain city on planet Golden Gate. The warm orange light shone on the buildings, leaving behind a dusk-like glow. The streets were filled with players, and many of them had no choice but to activate their mechanical suits and fly into the air to look for NPCs and ask for clues. Not far away, there were many pedestrians from Godora. Mad Blade, Hao Tian, and the others took the lead and rushed over to grab one of the pedestrians. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" The pedestrian had a frightened look on his face. "Don't be afraid, we just want to ask you some questions," Mad Blade hurriedly said. The pedestrian nodded his head timidly. Suddenly, he saw the Black Star logo on Mad Blade's mechanical suits, and his face changed. "You guys are from the Black Star Corps?" Everyone was elated. After 10 years, this person still knew about the Black Star Corps. They had a chance. Mad Blade hurriedly pointed at base number 1 and asked, "Yes, is that the headquarters of the Black Star Corps? If you guys are from the Black Star Corps, why are you asking me?" The pedestrian was puzzled, but he still answered honestly. "That place is no longer the headquarters of the Black Star Corps." "Then, where is the headquarters of the Black Star Corps now?" Mad Blade asked impatiently. The pedestrian pointed above his head and shrugged. "There, isn't that it? In the sky." Mad Blade, Hao Tian, and the others looked up in confusion. Their faces froze, and their mouths opened wider and wider. Gradually, more and more players looked up at the sky. It was as though they had been immobilized. Their mouths were wide open, and they looked up at the sky like tortoises. What entered the eyes of all the players was a gigantic metallic planet floating in the outer space of planet Golden Gate. It occupied half of the sky, and it looked as though it would fall to the ground at any moment. There was no need to look for it. With such a huge planet right in front of them, it was impossible to pretend that they didn't see it. This planet-sized fortress was the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. More than 100,000 players looked up at the sky, and they were all dumbfounded. In version 2.0, the headquarters of the Black Star Corps was just a base. After 10 years, the army had a planet-sized fortress that wasn't much smaller than Planet Golden Gate as its headquarters. What had the Black Star Corps experienced in the past 10 years? Chapter 707. Oh my God, such a big thing is the headquarters. How much is it worth? The Black Star Corps won't rule the Garten star system, right? Just as more than 100,000 players were looking up at the sky with a dumbfounded expression, everyone's interface vibrated as they received a message at the same time. Frenzied Sword came back to his senses and hurriedly opened the interface to look at the notification. A look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. 10 years, first chain mission requirements, head to the nearest Black Star Corps satellite fortress. Reward, 15,000 EXP, plus 300 Black Star Corps favorability. This mission is a chain mission. Han Xiao had been observing when the players would come online. This was the mission that he had issued to all the players through the faction interface. It was to guide the players and guide them to understand the new version of the spaceship, so that they would not be confused and run around. Han Xiao's wording was very formal, making it look like a newbie mission in the new version. Anyway, in the eyes of the players, all the missions were issued through the interface. The players had just entered the new version and were eager to understand the changes in the environment. This mission suddenly became the light in the darkness, like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. It made their hearts itch, and it attracted the attention of all the players. This is a guide mission in the new version. Just follow along and you will know how the storyline develops. Trust me, it will not be wrong, Pork Bun said confidently. It's actually a guide mission for the Black Star Corps. Mad Blade's eyes sparkled. This must be hinting that the Black Star Corps will play an important role in the storyline of version 3.0. No one rejected the guidance mission of this version's storyline. Many players already had a goal in mind. Next, they just had to go to the dock, take the spaceship, and board the huge planet fortress in the sky. Just as everyone was thinking this, dozens of black dots the size of sesame seeds suddenly appeared in the direction of the Black Star Corps headquarters. They descended at a speed visible to the naked eye and rapidly enlarged. Surprisingly, they were a fleet with the Black Star logo floating above the heads of more than 100,000 players. The stable anti-gravity devices did not cause any strong winds. Many of the players present were stunned. At this time, the bellies of the dozens of warships opened up and released traction beams toward the ground. At the same time, the people on the warships spoke through special loudspeakers. Their voices echoed throughout the sky of the entire city. All Black Star Corps members, please board the ship. I repeat, all Black Star Corps members, please board the ship. These were the spaceships that Han Xiao had sent out to pick up the players. The players present did not expect the Black Star Corps to send someone to pick them up, and they were shocked. This was Ghidorah's planet, and they actually made such a big fuss and did not hesitate to affect the entire city. Was the Black Star Corps so grand now? All sorts of signs indicated that the Black Star Corps in their minds was no longer the same as before. Many of the players could not wait to find out what had happened to the Black Star Corps 10 years later. Everyone boarded the spaceship one after another. Only then did the fleet close the bellies of the spaceship and turn back. After boarding the spaceship, the players began to move. They all wanted to find the NPCs on the spaceship to ask for information. However, the journey from Planet Golden Gate to the headquarters was too short, and they would arrive in less than half a minute. Thus, the players who wanted to ask for information could only give up. The Black Star Corps headquarters in the porthole continued to enlarge. As they got closer, they could finally see the details of the satellite fortress. The surface of the fortress was filled with defensive measures and all sorts of strange devices. There were even some players who saw thrusters. Rather than calling it a satellite fortress, it was more accurate to call it a satellite warship. The professional players gathered together and looked through the porthole. Mad Blade could not help but click his tongue. This thing looks so powerful. Compared to a fortress, it looks more like a weapon. I remember that in the previous version, a flagship that was over 10,000 meters long was already very terrifying. Who would have thought that an even more shocking galactic weapon would appear in the new version? I don't remember seeing such a thing in the previous version, Hao Tian said. I wonder if it was created by Black Star. Maple Moon was curious. Very quickly, the fleet entered the spaceport. More than 100,000 players swarmed out of the spaceport and occupied a large area. They looked around and curiously observed their surroundings. The moment they arrived, the players could finally feel the bustling atmosphere. NPCs with names on them came and went, and they were all army members with the Black Star insignia on them. It was many times livelier than the base on the surface. Is this the new headquarters? Are there no NPCs here to welcome us? What should we do next? Just when the players were hesitating, the interface changed once again. The first round of 10 years had been completed, and Han Xiao immediately released the second round of the mission. Second round, mission introduction. In the past 10 years, the situation in Galaxy has changed tremendously. You need to study the deeds of the Black Star Corps in the past 10 years. Mission requirements: update and activate the internal program of the Black Star Corps. Watch the video, History of the Black Star Corps, required, reward, 25,000 EXP, plus 500 Black Star Corps favorability. Han Xiao had been secretly observing the movements of the players in the base. He did not need to show himself and could guide the players remotely in the form of a mission. It was even more natural and stealthy. That's right. This is definitely the background introduction of the new version. I knew it. There will definitely be a version hint, just like in version 2.0. How convenient. I thought I would have to find the clues myself. Mad Blade's eyes sparkled. He was just thinking about how to find out what happened during the version update, and he did not expect this guidance mission to directly reveal the information that they wanted to know the most. The mission requirement was to update the internal program, which was the Philip subroutine. This was installed by all the members of the Black Star Corps. It had functions such as checking one's resume in the army, checking one's accumulated merits, browsing the faction store, and summoning airdrop supplies. More than 100,000 players took out their communicators and opened the subroutine. This time, there was finally a response. Philip's virtual image turned into a 3D projection and floated above the screens of the communicators. Checking coordinates, coordinates confirmed. You are in the Black Star Corps base. Permission has been unfrozen. You have obtained permission to update the database. Please scan for verification. Before the version update, the Philip subroutine did not support the 3D projection function. The players could only tease Philip verbally. However, at this time, Philip already had a virtual image. It was a little boy the size of a finger and looked as cute as a girl. Many female players' eyes turned into sparkling stars, and they could not help but touch Philip with their fingers. Although they did not feel like touching a real thing, Philip felt like he was being poked in the face. He covered his face with tears, and his innocent eyes seemed to be saying that it hurt. His 3D projection had a virtual sensing function. At this moment, a large number of female players, including Maple Moon, were instantly captivated by Philip. Wow, how can he be so cute? *T. This is the feeling of giving birth. He's so cute that my heart is about to melt. Cute, I miss you. Hao Tian squeezed Philip's head and crushed it into a pile of light. The next moment, it turned back into a 3D projection and shivered in the corner of the screen. Hao Tian thought about it and said, "There is no damage information. Looks like he can't be used as a pet. Are you the devil?" Frenzied Sword's mouth twitched as he watched. Everyone teased Philip for a while before Philip notified them that the update was complete. The players then opened the internal program, and Philip returned to the screen. Permission reactivation complete. Welcome back to the Black Star Corps. Please watch the next lesson. A ray of light shot out from every player's communicator, forming a virtual 3D screen that started to play a video. The title was The History of the Black Star Corps. This was the lesson that the mission required them to watch. After Han Xiao set up the reactivation program, the lesson would be played automatically. Not only the players, but every member of the Black Star Corps also had to watch this lesson. It was a teaching material used to establish the culture of the Black Star Corps, and the creator was Rosalind. In his previous life, the players basically had to dig up the background of the version updates themselves, which was very inefficient. Thus, Han Xiao decided to make use of his advantage and use this method to directly tell the players the history of the version updates so that they could understand the situation as soon as possible. This would save them a lot of trouble and also increase the players' sense of belonging to the Black Star Army. The players' spirits were lifted. They wanted to know what the Black Star Corps had become. They all quieted down and stared at their respective virtual screens with full concentration. The Black Star Corps was established in 688 of the Galaxy calendar. It has been 17 years since it was established. It was once known as the Black Star Mercenary, and the founder was Black Star, Han Xiao. Rosalind's voice sounded. The screen showed the dark silhouette of the Black Star standing at the front with officers standing behind him. Just at the beginning, Bun Hit Dog's eyes lit up. It feels like a blockbuster. After talking about the founding time and leader, Rosalind changed the topic and directly introduced the scale of the Black Star Corps. The screen showed the 2D star map of the Garten star system. The top left corner showed the year 688, which was when the Black Star Mercenary was first established. In the vast star map, an extremely small green dot represented the power of the Black Star Mercenary at that time. Then, the time in the top left corner started to roll slowly. The small green dot moved around and finally found its base. It started to expand into a small irregular green area. As time passed, it slowly expanded. This way, it showed the development of the Black Star Corps. Not only were the 100,000 players at the headquarters watching, but the players in the other bases were also watching the lesson. These were the changes that the players had experienced in version 1.0 and version 2.0. Now that it was shown in this way, everyone was watching with great interest. As the green area slowly expanded in the Garten star system, the time in the top left corner finally reached 10 years ago. It was the time before the version update. All the players focused. From now on, it would be 10 years that they had not experienced. It would be a change that they did not know about. At this time, the perspective of the video suddenly zoomed out. It expanded from the Garten star system to the entire Colton star cluster. The star map was instantly magnified hundreds of times. At the same time, the green area that was originally limited to the Garten star system expanded to more than half of the Colton star cluster. All the players present were stunned. As the date in the top left corner jumped, the area of influence expanded crazily. If the expansion speed of the Black Star Corps in version 2.0 was like running, then 10 years after the version update, the expansion speed was like sitting on a fighter jet. The date finally reached year 705. 90% of the entire Colton star cluster was green. At this time, Rosalind's background voice sounded. Now, the Black Star Corps has completed its transformation. Its branches are all over the Colton star cluster, and its business includes war, planet mining, and all kinds of mercenaries. At the same time, it is a long-term ally of the Amethyst civilization, the ruler of Colton. It is a partner of dozens of star system civilizations, and it has almost 20 Calamity-grade supers under its command. It has hundreds of thousands of battleships and the mining rights of hundreds of resource planets. It is already one of the top large armed organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Mad Blade and Pork Bun had their mouths wide open. All the players around had the same expression as them. They were completely dumbfounded. Originally, when he saw the army headquarters, Mad Blade had already tried his best to overestimate the strength of the Black Star Corps after 10 years. However, he did not expect that he had still underestimated the Black Star Corps. His imagination had limited him. This feeling was as if the village factory that he worked for had suddenly become one of the top 500 companies in the world after a night's sleep. How is it that the moment I turn my head, you're already in the sky? Everyone was extremely curious about the Black Star Army's deeds in the past 10 years. They could not wait to skip to the end of the video. Just what happened when they were not around that allowed the Black Star Army to become a star cluster level organization? Chapter 708. The scale of the Black Star Corps shocked the players. The video continued to play, and the scene changed. Finally, it began to talk about what the players were most curious about: the specific deeds of the Black Star Corps in the past 10 years. In Galaxy Year 695, the Red Empire expanded, codenamed Crimson Tide. Due to its influence, the Shattered Star Ring was in turmoil. The Klent Kingdom ordered the Bloodshed Land to invade the Amethyst civilization. The secret war broke out, and the Black Star Corps joined Purple Crystal to fight for them. The war lasted for 10 years and has yet to end. During this period, the Black Star Corps fought hundreds of battles, clashing with the Bloodshed Land time and time again, making a name for itself. Rosalind introduced the background of the secret war, and everyone was shocked. Crimson Tide. Isn't that the name of the version? So, it really refers to the expansion of the Red Empire. At the end of version 2.0, Black Star had vaguely revealed some information. It turned out that it was really the hidden information of the next version. The Black Star Corps actually got involved in the war of a star cluster civilization. This meant that the main storyline of version 3.0 should be related to the secret war, many people guessed. Following this train of thought, the expansion of the Black Star Corps definitely had something to do with participating in the war. They should have made a fortune from the war. However, they only guessed half of it right. The following content instantly ignited everyone's passion. In this war, leader Black Star revealed his potential as a Beyond Grade A and crushed all the high-level combatants of the enemy. He is the one with the greatest hope of becoming the next Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring in the past few decades. At the same time, the Black Star Army expanded greatly under his leadership and was roped in by Purple Crystal and dozens of star system civilizations. Finally, it reached its current scale. As the leader of the faction, Rosalind introduced Han Xiao in detail. She explained his terrifying battle record and the important influence he had on the development of the Black Star Corps. The players understood what the video meant. The reason the Black Star Corps could develop to its current level was 90% because of Black Star. If not for Han Xiao's Beyond Grade A potential, the Black Star Corps would not have been able to stand out even if they participated in the war. It was Black Star who had expanded the army to this extent in just 10 years. The players came to a sudden realization and instantly understood the crux of the matter. Beyond Grade A. After 2 versions, they already knew that Black Star was very strong, but they did not expect that Black Star could still break their old impression and give them a new surprise. Beyond grade as were the supreme beings standing at the peak of the galaxy. Black Star was a character that appeared in version 1.0, and the storyline ran through 3 versions. Now, he actually had the qualifications to become a supreme being, so he would probably be a main character in version 3.0 as well. Han Xiao had long since become the Chinese player's own NPC. Their sense of identity was off the charts. Seeing that their own faction's leader was even more ferocious than eating Viagra, the players were so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. Before the version update, countless players had been looking forward to what the Black Star Corps would become in version 3.0. They were very satisfied with the results and even felt surprised. When we weren't around, Black Star was as reliable as ever. He managed the Black Star Corps so well. It was awesome. Our captain is still the best. With such a strong leader, the faction would have an even higher development ceiling. The players' enthusiasm for the Black Star Corps greatly increased. The video continued, and Rosalind went on to talk about what the Black Star Corps had experienced in the past 10 years and what achievements they had made. Han Xiao's personal achievements were interspersed with the video. Countless times, he fought one against many, killed countless enemies, resolved assassination attempts, fought with Escod, destroyed Darkstar, and so on. The course introduced the history of the Black Star Army in a comprehensive manner. After the video ended, many of the players looked as though they had not had enough of it. Because they had already seen Bunhit Dog's Black Star series, this video gave them the feeling that they were binge-watching a drama series. They had caught up to 10 years of the Black Star Army's history in an instant, and there was a sense of epic change. This can be considered the background introduction of the new version. Why do I feel like it's more like a cutscene animation? Black Star is awesome. As expected of a growth-type faction. The future is bright. Ha ha ha. The players present were still in high spirits, and they discussed fervently. The changes in the Black Star core shocked them greatly. After the initial shock, they were overjoyed. Since it was a good change, the players were relieved. The more impressive the Black Star core was, the happier they were. This was the faction that they had witnessed for 3 whole versions. I didn't expect so many things to happen while we were not around. Mad Blade could not help but sigh. Pork Bun's heart ached. So much news material. What a pity. How many videos could we make with that? The video went through the history of the Black Star Corps, and the players had a clearer understanding of the faction they were in. Han Xiao had been working hard to increase the sense of belonging of the players through the deeds of the faction, and the results were remarkable. A faction with a history had a unique culture, and the sense of belonging had always been one of the important factors that influenced the players apart from benefits. Through the deeds of the past 10 years, all the players had a basic understanding of the situation in version 3.0. It could be said that under the guidance of Han Xiao, the players were adapting to version 3.0 at the fastest speed possible. This was also what Han Xiao wanted to see. The second round of the 10 years mission had been completed, and Han Xiao immediately released the third round of the mission, continuing to guide the players remotely. All the army players received a new guidance mission. Third round, mission introduction. You have understood the situation in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Corps is participating in the secret war. As a member of the army, you have to make a choice. Mission requirements. Go through the internal program and accept the secret war mission. The main storyline can be triggered right from the start. Seems like it's the same as version 2.0. The version of the mutation disaster also triggered the main storyline right from the start, and the players did not have any doubts. Through Philip's subprogram, they clicked on the option to participate in the secret war. In his previous life, after the players entered version 3.0, they had to go through a period of exploration before participating in the main storyline of the secret war under the guidance of their respective factions. Now, Han Xiao had directly thrown the main storyline in front of the players, saving a lot of time. Letting the players participate in the war in advance was more beneficial to him. Originally, the way to trigger the secret war main storyline was to join Bloodshed Land or Section 0. However, Han Xiao had known about this long ago. Thus, he had used 10 years to make the Black Star Corps an important member of Section 0, connecting it to the main storyline and binding it to the faction. This way, the players did not need to join any other faction. As long as they stayed in the Black Star Corps, they would be able to participate in the secret war main storyline. The results of Han Xiao's efforts during the version update were gradually showing. Grade S Faction War Mission, Secret War Section 0. Mission Introduction. The Klent Kingdom has invaded the territory of the Amethyst Civilization. You have chosen to stand on the side of the Amethyst Civilization. Mission requirements. Listen to orders and repel all enemies that have invaded the territory of the Colton Star Cluster. After the mission is completed, different rewards will be given according to the mission rating. Grade S Main Storyline Mission. The eyes of the players sparkled. The main storyline missions of the previous 2 versions were Grade A missions. This was the first time they had accepted a Grade S mission. Han Xiao had received this main storyline mission 10 years earlier than the players. Although the Grade S mission rating would only be displayed after the mission was completed, he did not need to look to know that he had already reached the highest rating. This main storyline mission has a suffix. Does this mean that we can also do this mission in the Klent faction? Bunhitdog was quick-witted. He deduced many things from one case and guessed the truth. In the original storyline of his previous life, the players could choose to join either Klent or Purple Crystal. Both factions had their own attractions. The Colton Star Cluster, where Purple Crystal was located, was considered the birthplace of the players. As the defending side, they had a geographical advantage. The Tyrant of Bloodshed Land was a Beyond Grade A super and had the initiative. In version 2.0 of the original storyline, the Black Star Corps did not exist. Ghidorah and Darkstar were the organizations that led the players into the universe. They each recruited a portion of the players and walked on different paths. Due to the relationship between Klent and Darkstar, a portion of the players recruited by Darkstar had joined the Klent faction in version 3.0. Furthermore, due to the influence of the Tyrant, many players chose to join Bloodshed Land. Due to the fact that Section 0 was in a passive position, there were relatively few players who joined. However, Han Xiao had already changed the direction of the storyline. He had laid a good foundation in version 2.0, squeezing away Ghidorah and Darkstar and almost all the Blue Star players. Now, the Black Star Corps was the most important member of Section 0. This meant that the players were innately standing in Purple Crystal's faction. Only a child would choose. I want all of them. If they wanted to join Klent, it would be equivalent to wasting all their investment in the Black Star Corps in the previous two versions. The cost of the players changing factions was extremely high. Although the players did not like being forced, with the sense of belonging in the previous two versions as a foundation, Han Xiao's act of acting first and reporting later would not cause the rebellious mentality of most of the players. The Beyond Grade A Tyrant was indeed attractive. However, just now, the players had learned that Black Star also had the potential to become a Beyond Grade A super. This caused the Bloodshed Land to lose its core competitiveness, and the attraction of the faction decreased drastically. At least, even if the majority of the players realized that they could change factions, they would not do so because it was not worth it. Thus, it was impossible for Klent and Bloodshed Land to obtain a large number of players like in his previous life. The butterfly effect caused by Han Xiao in version 2.0 had continued to this day. However, there were all kinds of strange players, and there might be some who wanted to join the Traitors Association. Han Xiao had long prepared countermeasures. In the past 10 years, he had considered all kinds of possible accidents. While the players were excitedly discussing the main storyline mission, Han Xiao no longer pretended to look at the scenery and returned to the satellite fortress. The first step is complete. Next, it's time to fertilize. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.